Oh, that's so creepy, my wife, Anna, shouted. I know, right? One of my co-workers sent it to me, Laurie said, her attention stuck to the screen. They locked eyes, malicious smirks inching across their faces. Wanna try it? Definitely, Laurie replied as the sisters shifted their focus to me. I'm kinda scared to ask, but what are you trying exactly? Whenever those two got together, they were capable of some real mischief, and oftentimes it came at my expense. You'll see, Anna said, handing me her phone. I furrowed my brows as I sank into the couch. I hesitantly glanced down at the screen, unsure if this was part of the ruse. A TikTok video was playing on repeat. A woman was on screen, her long brown hair partially obscuring her features from view. A wide smile was plastered across her face. That alone was creepy. But the way she was standing, it was off-putting. The video cut on several occasions, and each time it did, the woman was in a different spot in the house, hiding behind curtains, crouching under the table, standing on the stairs. All the while, that same manic grin never left her lips, not even once. The man filming was getting audibly more freaked out with every encounter. I kept waiting for some sort of punchline. I thought that eventually the woman would break the facade and return to her normal self. But she never did. The video ended with a close-up of the woman's bulging eyes as she lunged at the camera, and a guttural shriek from the man filming. Once it was over, I hurriedly swiped off the video and breathed a sigh of relief. Whew. Okay. I see what you're... I froze. It was only then that I noticed it. Anna and Laurie were gone. They must have walked away at some point during the video. My heart dropped into my stomach. I really didn't like this trend, but I had a feeling that I was about to witness it firsthand. Anna? Laurie? Come on, you know I hate this kind of stuff, I shouted, tentatively entering the kitchen. My eyes immediately fell to a pair of feet sticking out from beneath the curtains. I pursed my lips, marching up to the window. I ripped the drapes aside and found Laurie standing there, smiling up at me. Oh, I'm shaking. So scary, I huffed, crossing my arms. Laurie held her pose for about 5 more seconds, before she couldn't contain her giggles any longer. Okay, you got me. I admit that wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be. She grinned, covering her mouth. Believe me, I know. Let's go find your sister. Laurie nodded, following right behind me. Anna, I found Laurie. Time to come out now. I received no response. Laurie and I continued to scour my home, searching up and down for my wife. Once I reached the top step, I saw it. The door to our room was slightly ajar, leaving a thin, inviting sliver of darkness. I can't explain why, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. It was as if Anna had wanted me to find her. The whole thing felt wrong. I took a deep breath, mustering all of my courage, and pushed open the door. I nearly screamed once I laid eyes on the scene that awaited me. Anna was standing in the middle of the room. The only light illuminating her features was that seeping in from behind me, and the muffled rays trickling in through the curtains. The middle of the room where my wife was lurking was drenched in darkness. Anna stood there, still as a statue, her jet-black hair partially obscuring her eyes. Even through the shadows, I could see a nauseatingly wide smile stuck to her lips. My heart jackhammered against my chest, and beads of sweat began to form atop my brow. For the first time in our 12 years of marriage, I was terrified of my wife. I flipped on the light switch, careful not to take my eyes off her. "Anna? I found you. You can stop now." She completely ignored me. I only knew that she was still breathing by the slight rise and fall of her chest. The silence was deafening. "Any luck finding her yet?" Laurie asked, snatching me from my stupor as she reached the top step. Yeah, I did," I replied, weakly pointing to Anna's motionless form. Laurie marched right up to her like it was nothing. "Okay, Anna, fun's over. You're about to give your hubby a heart attack." My wife didn't respond. Laurie tried waving her hand in front of Anna's face, to no avail. She didn't so much as blink. "All right, Anna. Time to give it up. You're starting to freak everyone out," Laurie said, clasping her sister by the shoulders and lightly shaking her. Anna slowly turned toward Laurie, and their eyes locked. Laurie gulped before taking a step back. Blood pounded in my ears. There was nothing behind those hazel irises. I didn't even recognize them anymore. Laurie backed away, never breaking eye contact, until she was standing directly beside me. "Tim, let's go downstairs and regroup, okay?" she murmured. The panic in her voice made my blood run cold. "That works for me," I mumbled back. It felt as if we had to speak at a lower volume, like talking above a whisper would cause Anna to break. We crept out of the room, closing the door as we went. "We'll be downstairs, Anna. It would be nice of you to join us whenever you're ready to give up on this dumb trend." Anna didn't acknowledge her. Once we made it downstairs, I took a deep breath. Laurie sat on the couch, leaning forward and clutching her phone with a vice grip. "What should we do, Tim? This was just supposed to be some stupid gag. Anna's always taken these things a little bit seriously, but this, I've never seen anything like it. She's really scaring me." I don't know. I've never seen her like this before. Do you think we might be overreacting? I mean, maybe she really is just taking this a bit too far. Even I didn't believe that, but it was the only plausible explanation I could come up with. "Yeah, that has to be it. Surely she'll snap out of it at some point, right?" "She has to. It wouldn't..." The words caught in my throat. I caught Anna peeking around the corner, half of her face hidden from view. Her expression was the exact same as it had been when we'd left her upstairs. Laurie tracked my gaze, until she realized who I was looking at. She instinctively backed away upon making eye contact with her sister, Tim? How long has she been standing there? Laurie squeaked, shrinking into the sofa. I have no idea. We didn't even hear her walk down the stairs. The three of us sat there in silence. The tension was so thick that even a knife wouldn't cut through it. I could feel myself beginning to shake. Tim, I really hate to do this to you, Laurie began, turning towards me. But I can't take this anymore. It's too much. I'm going home. Call me if there's anything I can do. And please, try to get Anna some help, if you can, she uttered, grabbing her purse. I could feel the color drain from my face. Laurie, please, don't leave me alone with her. I don't know how to handle this. I'm sorry. I feel bad, but believe me, I do. But it's getting late, and my kids have school tomorrow. I shouldn't have even stayed for this long. I nodded, my bottom lip beginning to quiver. All I could muster was a weak, okay. Laurie beelined for the door, straight past her immobile sister. Anna didn't even twitch. Instead, she opted to remain watching me the entire time. Once the door slammed shut, the pit in my stomach grew even deeper. I was at a loss for words. My wife and I stood there in a sickening staring match, neither of us blinking. The smile on her face never wavered. In fact, once that door shut, I could have sworn that I saw it stretch just a little bit wider. I don't know if it was the stress or the fear or Laurie's sudden betrayal, but something in me snapped. This was silly. Anna was obviously still running with that stupid TikTok challenge, and I was feeding into it hook, line, and sinker. I started to get angry. All right, Anna. Stand there for as long as you want. I don't care. When you're ready to talk about this like adults, I'll be finishing up some work on my laptop. She didn't respond. My wife just kept staring at me with that same Cheshire grin plastered to her lips. Fine by me. I was done buying into whatever she was playing at. I sank down into my armchair and picked up my laptop, careful to keep Anna in my peripheral vision. Something deep down told me that I needed to keep her in my line of sight. I opened my laptop, trying to distract myself from Anna's strange behavior by doing some research for an article I was writing. But I just couldn't seem to get it together. It's almost impossible to focus on a task when you can feel someone looking at you. I sighed. 30 minutes later, and I hadn't digested a single word of anything I'd read. This was going nowhere. I was preparing to try to communicate with my stock-still wife again, when I heard it. Something near the doorway skittered across the floor. I slowly glanced up to where Anna had been standing for nearly an hour. She was gone. I strained my ears, listening for anything that might clue me in as to where she went. The only sounds that I heard were my own labored breathing and the rapid pounding of my heart. My fingers quivered. I didn't know if I had the strength to do it, but I had to know. With trembling hands, I closed the lid of my laptop just enough to see over it. I nearly screamed as it clattered to the floor. I scrambled out of my seat and backed up until I was pressed against the wall. Anna was on all fours, frozen mid-stride. She smiled up at me, again staying still as a statue after I'd noticed her. Something instantly caught my attention. Her eyes. I'd never seen anything like them before. They were hungry, predatory, and I was their target. I failed to calm myself down as I slunk around the perimeter of the living room, careful not to break eye contact. Once I reached the stairs, I bolted up them, taking 3 at a time, until I reached the top landing. I burst into our room, slammed the door shut, and made sure that it was locked. I was safe. Or so I thought. What the hell is going on? This is insane, I said out loud, patting my pockets to try and find my phone. A sickening realization crashed over me like a tidal wave. I'd left it on the coffee table when I was working on my laptop. We didn't have a landline either. I was trapped. I began to hyperventilate and pace around the room. What was I supposed to do? My car keys were in the bowl downstairs, so even if I was able to climb out of the window, I'd have to go back inside to get them. Running to a neighbor's house was out of question. We lived on a secluded road, and we didn't even know the nearest people to us. In the end, I concluded that I had no other option but to try to sleep it off and hope that my wife was back to normal in the morning. I slipped into a t-shirt and gym shorts before lying in my bed. I knew that I probably wasn't going to get a wink of sleep, but I had to give it a shot. It was the only thing I could do. I turned the lamp off, and the room was bathed in darkness, aside from the faint yellow glow trickling in from underneath the door. Right before I closed my eyes, I noticed something that ensured I was wide awake. I could barely make out someone's feet blocking the light. I shuddered. How long had she been standing there? I don't want to know the answer. I suddenly heard the doorknob begin to jiggle. My heart raced like a piston, and I could feel all the blood rush from my face. How could I have forgotten? I keep a spare key stashed on top of the door frame for emergencies. This was it. I was cornered. The door slowly creaked open. I could see the glimmer of Anna's stark white teeth through the opening. Her eyes were bloodshot, and rightfully so. I hadn't seen her blink once. I couldn't move a muscle. I was paralyzed with fear, waiting for my wife to scamper across the floor and do God knows what to me. But she never did. I don't know how long we spent staring at each other. It must have been hours. In that entire time, her mouth didn't so much as twitch. That twisted smile remained stuck to her lips like she was a figure in a painting. I don't know how, but eventually, I must have nodded off. Because when I opened my eyes again, Anna was gone. The house was pitch black, save for the moonlight shining through the downstairs windows. I could feel it. I could feel her, like a presence looming over me. Every synapse in my brain screamed at me to stay where I was, to wait it out and pray that nothing would happen. But I couldn't. I steeled my resolve, ready to fight if need be. I flipped onto my back, fully expecting to find my wife hovering over me, with some sort of weapon in hand. But she wasn't there. My eyes grew wide. I hurriedly scanned the room. I didn't find her. This was my chance. I crept to the door, stifling my breathing as much as possible. The house was eerily silent. Once I made it to the stairs, I peered down them, squinting to see in the dark. The coast was clear. I tiptoed down each step, avoiding the creaky ones to the best of my ability. I felt nauseous. I could feel eyes on the back of my neck wherever I went, like I was a lamb being led to the slaughter in the supposed safety of my own home. Once I reached the bottom, I peeked around the corner to the living room. I immediately noticed something strange. The back door was hanging wide open, and the porch light was on. I drifted over to it like a moth to the flame, picking up my phone along the way. Nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I looked outside. Anna was sitting on her haunches, crouched over something in the yard. Her long hair prevented me from seeing what she was doing. All of a sudden, as if on instinct, she snapped her head toward me with sickening speed. When our eyes locked, I felt like I was going to pass out. My wife was holding the carcass of a dead rat. She had devoured a large chunk of it. Entrails, bones, and blood oozing from the rear end. But that wasn't the worst part. Somehow, even while ravaging a dead animal, Anna was still smiling. My fight or flight response kicked itself into overdrive. I slammed the back door shut and raced through the kitchen as fast as my legs would carry me, snatching my keys on the way. I shot out the door at lightning speed, not bothering to close it behind me. I leapt into the driver's seat of my Chevy, and I stepped on the gas. As my truck kicked up dust, I happened to glance in the rearview mirror. I released a horrified shriek at what I saw. Anna was standing under the garage light. She watched me leave, that wide, bloody smile still plastered across her face. I don't know where I'm going. I doubt the cops will be of any help. I don't think Anna has technically done anything illegal, so their hands would probably be tied. I just had to get out of that house. I've parked at a truck stop for now, until I can get my thoughts together. Even though I've made my escape, I'm still downright horrified. But not for the reasons you might think. I can't explain it. But ever since I left, I haven't been able to stop smiling. I don't know what it is about me that's so susceptible to that stuff. But whenever those things pop up, like find the snake hidden in this image of turtles, I can always find it instantly. I scour the sneaky necks poking out from turtle shells until I spot the one with no shell. Or sometimes a more abstract image, like trees with branches curving into different shapes. How many animals hidden in this picture? I find them all. Or timed challenges, like in a cartoon image of a family building a doghouse with a hidden bat, duck, butterfly, carrot, and balloon. Find all 5 objects in less than 15 seconds, and you're a genius. I can find them in under 10. I suspect I play them because I'm good at them. I'm not good at many things, so, hey, you did it, is a nice little burst of self-esteem. Like a gold star to start my morning. My friend, Fadumo, always sends me new ones she finds on the pages she follows. A few days ago, she sent me one with the message, "Can you see it? Look for the surprised child. You have 3 chances left." I found the surprised child in the sea of smiling faces right away, with a round O for a mouth, pointing in shock at something. I circled it and sent it back to her with a reply. Easiest one yet. She messaged back the next day. Same challenge. Can you see it? Look for the surprised child. You have 2 chances left. This one was a little harder, but after about 30 seconds, I found the surprised child again in a sea of confused faces, and sent it to her, circled. Yesterday, she sent me yet another challenge to find the surprised child. It took me even longer than the previous one, almost 3 minutes of scouring, because this time, all the faces in the image had surprised O-shaped mouths. But, finally, I found the child crammed in a corner, hidden behind a couple of other surprised people. Where's Waldo style? Gotcha, I muttered, circling it and sending it back to her. This morning was the last one she sent. Can you see it? Look for the surprised child. You have 0 chances left. I almost ignored it, because, honestly, I was getting bored of different versions of the same challenge. Not to mention, 0 chances made no sense, since I'd circled the child every time. But, eventually, I went ahead and clicked it. To my surprise, the picture came up as not found. I replied back to Fadumo, but all she said was, "You have 0 chances left." And when I clicked the link, all I saw was the same not found message. Annoyed, I switched over to Wordle, only to see the surprised child hiding behind the letter grid. It wasn't even a picture challenge. Weird. The surprised child appeared in more and more of my apps during the next hour. Always the game ones, or the ones with complex visuals. I messaged Fadumo but got no reply this time. Pretty sure she'd been hacked, and the not found picture link I'd clicked on was actually some sort of virus that had infected my phone. I restarted the phone, but the surprised child was there when I opened the home screen, this time peeking out from behind the app icons. Definitely a virus. This was inconvenient, and I made a mental note not to trust any links from Fadumo in the near future. I also messaged her again to ask if she'd been hacked. No response, so obviously she had been. But then, later this afternoon, I was sipping a Coke, looking out my window, when I did a double take, because looking at me from the corner of an advertisement on a passing bus was the surprised child. It had to be my imagination, I thought. But then I saw the child again, when I was on my sofa going through the mail, and the child was staring up from the back of a coupon insert. I tossed the coupons in the recycling. But then, after dark, when the windows reflected the interior lights of my home, I spotted the child peering back at me from the window glass. This was getting really freaky. What was wrong with my brain? Was I hallucinating? I tried to message Fadumo to ask if she was also experiencing freaky stuff, but she wasn't on my friends list anymore. I couldn't even find her with a search. Did she block me? I stopped trying because the surprised child wouldn't stop peeping out at me from behind profile pictures. So, instead I went into my general feed and tried to scroll down to some older posts where I knew she'd commented. But then, on one of my posts on my feed was a picture. Very large. So large it almost filled my entire screen. Of the surprised child. I scrolled past it, but the child kept appearing, and I scrolled so fast the images on my phone were just a blur. And in that blur was the face of the surprised child, pointing right at me. I already found you, you little fucker, I snarled. And to prove it, I opened the last hidden picture challenge where I'd circled the surprised child. Only, the picture was different now. It was the challenge with the sea of surprised faces. But near the corner, where I'd previously circled the surprised child, was a figure that looked just like Fadumo. Maybe she had always been there, and I hadn't noticed until now. This Waldo-style Fadumo had an O for a mouth, and X's for eyes. In fact, the eyes of all the characters in this picture were X's. As soon as I closed the picture, the surprised child was back, peeping at me from behind the home screen icons. "Go away!" I shouted, and hurled my phone against the wall and retreated to the bathroom. I'm here now, having a break from reality, maybe. In here it's just white walls and the toilet and tub, with an opaque white curtain. No place for a surprised child to hide. I brought my laptop in here to record this, since it's not infected with any virus. And to prevent any visual hallucinations, everything on my screen is minimized, so that there's only white space and these words. Everything on my screen is minimized. But I see the surprised child peeking out from the letters. And the clearer I see that surprised child's face, the more I realize that the child doesn't look surprised, so much as scared. The mouth, an O of a scream. In fact, all the figures in the final picture I saw, the ones with X's over their eyes, looked like they were screaming. Fadumo too. I'm sitting with my back against the wall, sweat pooling under my arms, wondering if I've just lost it. I'm going to post this, and then I'm going to make myself crawl out and knock on a neighbor's door and beg them to call an ambulance, because I obviously need help. That error message about being not found, was it actually about Fadumo? Is that why she disappeared from my friends list? Do the X's on her eyes mean she's dead? Are all the figures in the final image people who have played this game and been not found? And Another terrifying thought entered my head just now. Can you see it? Look for the surprised child. What if I got it wrong? I'm worried that all along I've misunderstood, and that's why I ran out of attempts. Because I didn't find what was really hidden. Because the real challenge isn't to find the child. Look for the surprised child is just a hint. And suddenly, I suspect that the real question I should have been asking, the true goal of the hidden picture game, was to find out, what is the scared child pointing at? I see the child, right now, staring out from behind the letters on my laptop. The child has gotten closer and closer, screaming and pointing right at me. Or rather, right behind me. Can you see it? Look for the surprised child. You have 3 chances left. I shuffled nervously in the hard plastic seat, my leg bouncing uncontrollably as I waited for my turn to speak. The room was dimly lit, with a circle of the most pathetic people you'll ever meet, all crammed into one room, like a big orgy. Addicts seeking redemption, or at least a sliver of hope. The leader of the group, Susan, a gentle-looking woman with kind eyes, turned to me. Jacob, since you're new, would you like to share your story? I hesitated, glancing at the faces around me. With a deep breath, I stood up, hands shaking slightly as I rubbed my arms. Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm an addict.
Hi, Jacob.
The group responded in unison, making me hate myself just a little more. I cleared my throat, struggling to find where to start. I had a pretty normal childhood, I guess. My parents were good people. Mum worked 2 jobs to support us and gave us everything we could have asked for, within reason. My dad, he had his moments. He'd lash out sometimes, hit me, my sister, and my mum. But, you know, I don't want to blame him for this. I gestured vaguely to the husk of a human I had become. My sister, Sarah, she was always there for me. She was tough, braver than me. There was this one time in school, a bully was picking on me. I was scared shitless. But Sarah, she just stepped right in front of him, told him to back off. She got a black eye for that, but she never regretted it. She was always looking out for me. My eyes started to glaze over as I remembered those days. When I got into my teenage years, things got rough. I started hanging out with the wrong crowd, doing stupid things. Like everyone does, I suppose. Sarah was the one who pulled me out of it. She dragged me back from the edge more times than I can count. She had this way of making me see sense, even when I didn't want to. I paused, wiping a tear from my eye. The years went on, and I finally sorted my shit out and figured out what my priorities were. I had landed a decent job, got myself a girlfriend. Things were looking up. But then Sarah called me one night, freaking out. She said she was being followed by some guy, a tall man who wore a black bag over his head and hummed this creepy tune. Apparently he showed up everywhere. Her work parking lot, outside our parents' house, even when she was shopping. At first, I didn't believe her. I thought she was just stressed. Her life hadn't exactly gone to plan. She was still living at home and working at a diner earning minimum wage. I assumed she was imagining things. But she kept calling. She was scared out of her mind. And I didn't believe her. We were still pretty close. And for once in her life, she needed me to be there for her. My voice cracked like I just hit puberty again, and I took a moment to compose myself. I'll never forgive myself for that. I should have been there for her immediately. After about a month and a half of the daily phone calls, I got off my arse and decided to help her. We finally met up at a Starbucks. She looked awful. Dark bags under her eyes, hair unkempt and wild, baggy clothes, and worst of all, it smelled like she hadn't showered in weeks. We ordered a coffee, and she told me everything in detail. I took another pause from my life story, noticing half the group were too busy picking at their heroin scabs, and the other half could barely keep themselves awake. I carried on regardless. I wasn't worth listening to anyway. So we came up with this plan to catch the guy. She'd walk down an alley after sundown, and I would hide behind a bin and confront him. Maybe rough him up a little. I'm not a big guy, as you can tell, but I could take care of myself. And finally, would be able to repay her for stepping up to my bully all those years ago. Anyway, the day came, and we set the plan in motion. As Sarah turned the corner on her way to work, the man would follow, just like he did every day. I jumped out and confronted him. And this is where my story becomes a little hard to follow. Most people believe it's because of all the junk I've shot into my veins since. But I don't care what y'all think. It's my story. And it's fucking true. Susan grabbed hold of my arm and pulled me back from my sudden rage. It's okay, Jacob. None of us are here to judge you, only to listen. Please, carry on. Okay. So, yeah. This thing was not human. When it pulled this black bag off of its head and showed its face, God, I'll never forget that face. It wasn't human. Its eyes were too large, too black, and its skin was this sickly, pale colour. Its mouth, it twisted in this horrible grin, filled with teeth that were too sharp. Too many. I panicked. I ran. I left Sarah there and ran home. I ignored her calls, her texts. I even hid when she showed up at my apartment, banging on the door, begging me to let her in. 3 days later, she was missing. I knew it was that thing. I knew it, and I did nothing. I couldn't face my parents, couldn't help with the search. I was a coward. My voice grew softer, filling with regret. Regret for ever coming to this meeting and letting myself get this worked up. I started seeing the creature everywhere. In the shadows. In my dreams. The only way to forget, to numb the fear, was with drugs and alcohol. It made the memories fade, at least for a while. But I'll never forgive myself. The creature, it won't let me. I see it everywhere I go now. I guess that's the price I pay. I'm here because I want to be clean. I need to be clean. I can't hide from this creature by killing myself with drugs. I don't deserve that kind of mercy. This is my punishment. And I need to accept that. Thank you. I fell back into my seat, slumped my shoulders and avoided eye contact with everyone. The room was silent. I'd like to think the weight of my story was hanging in the air, but nobody gave a squirt of piss. Susan nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. Thank you, Jacob, for sharing your story. As the group moved on to the next speaker, my mind lingered on the past, the guilt, and the haunting face of the creature that had turned my life into a living nightmare. The next person's story washed over me, barely registering. I realized I was just as bad as the rest of them. I don't give a shit about their problems. My mind was still trapped in that dark alley, the creature's face looming large in my memory. Why would I want to add their problems onto mine? I could hear this creature's low, guttural hum, the sound of it slithering closer. I shook my head, trying to dispel the images, but they clung to me like a second skin. My life had become a series of blurred days and nights, a haze of substances and fleeting moments of clarity. I lost my job. Beth left me. And now it feels like I just drift aimlessly, the weight of my sister's disappearance pressing down on me. Every time I closed my eyes, I was either met with that creature or Sarah's face, her voice calling out for help. And every time I turned away, unable to face the reality of what I had done. This addicts group was my last hope, a fragile lifeline in the storm of this existence. I wanted to be clean, not for myself, but for Sarah. It was my punishment, my penance. I had failed her in life. The least I could do was honor her memory by facing my demons, sober. Susan eventually called for a break, and I stood, stretching my weary legs. Meandering over to the coffee table, I poured myself a cup, hands shaking slightly as I added a sugar, the spoon clinking against the cup. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself.
Hey, Jacob. That was some story.
Came a voice behind me. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak.
I'm Mike.
The man continued.
I just wanted to say, I get it. The guilt, the running. I've been there. You have to know that this creature isn't real. It's all in your head.
I turned to look at Mike, trying my best not to punch him in the face right there. Thanks, I said quietly, stretching my lips into a pathetic grin. It's hard, isn't it? Mike nodded.
Yeah, I know. But you're here. That's a start.
He was right about that. Yeah, it's a start. Eventually, Susan clapped her hands and ushered people back to their seats, like we were children. Okay, everybody, please take your seats and we can pick up where we left off. So, that's my story. I'm not proud of it, as I'm sure you can imagine. I'm trying to take everything one day at a time, but to tell the truth, I'm not sure how much longer I can go on like this. I hear the humming of the creature echoing through my head all the time. Sometimes it even speaks to me, telling me that I'm a coward, that Sarah is disappointed in me. Like I don't fucking know that. Lately, however, it's been getting a lot worse. I stopped going to the addicts' meetings. I couldn't bear looking at all their faces. To be honest, none of them believed me. They all thought I was making this up, trying to get some sympathy vote. Arseholes. It's gotten to the worst point it ever has. I lie in bed, and it whispers awful things to me all night. I don't remember the last time I slept. I'm recording this because this night it whispered something different to me. And I don't think I can ignore this one. It asked me to meet it in the alley where it took Sarah. I think I might just do that. My dad was, and still is, my hero. I'm sure it sounds just like another worn-out cliché, and, hell, it might be. But it is very important to me that you remember this piece of information, because otherwise, all the things that I am going to tell you about, all the actions I've taken, will make me seem like a total lunatic. He was an anthropologist by trade, and you could tell from the moment you met him. Even as young as I was, I knew that my dad loved people. He was fascinated by them, and he adored everything about them. It was woven into the dorky Hawaiian dad shirts he wore when he threw spontaneous backyard barbecues, tucked into his palm as he enthusiastically shook hands with every barista and bank teller he met, and etched into the crinkles of his eyes as he lit out another boisterous laugh, the sort of laugh that made everyone else in the area want to laugh with him. People, it seems, loved him too. He wrote a lot of books, and apparently his personality shone even in writing, because they sold incredibly well. It was after the smashing success of one book in particular, one discussing folk legends in our home state of Colorado, that he decided we would buy the vacation home. God, it seems bitterly ironic looking back on it now. But we'll get to that. The vacation home was in a tiny Welsh town called Arthurdeer. It was, as the Welsh name suggests, on the sea, and the town lined a semicircular divot in the country's coastline, flanked on either side by craggy cliffs. Only a short distance out from the beach, approximately where the center of the circle would be if it were completed, there was a tiny island. It was scarcely more than a large rock, harboring little besides a couple of small grottos and a smattering of gulls' nests. It was called Morgan's Isle. I only ever got to spend a couple of summers at that house, but I remember those summers very fondly. My dad was deeply interested in the area, not only because of his appreciation for Welsh culture, or what little remained after the gentrification of the area, but also because of some of the town's more unique attractions. Two in particular stand out to me as I reflect on it, and both involved the island. If you were outside at night, or when a dense fog had blanketed the town, you could hear a low, haunting melody rolling in off the sea. It was like someone playing the flute, resonant and mournful, far away across the water. My dad thought that it was the wind, catching in the cracks and crevices of Morgan's Isle, and flowing back out across the water. Friction from the sea-soaked rocks, producing the ghostly howl. During the day, he said the sounds of the town drowned it out. But at night, we would sit together on the back porch of the house and listen to the island sing across the inky sea. From our porch, it was also possible to observe the other phenomenon. If you looked out towards the island on a clear night, it was possible to see small, glittering points of light drifting over the dark water. They typically appeared in pairs, and they seemed to dip and swell as if riding atop the waves. My dad thought that it was a trick of the moonlight, perhaps an unusual reflection from something on the island or the shore, and he thought they were beautiful. Like diamonds drifting on the sea, he said. And I looked up at him, stars in my eyes, and agreed. I was only 9 when he disappeared. He had decided that he was going to go out fishing for the day. We had a small boat, and he went out on it pretty frequently, leaving in the mid-morning, and not returning until the last dregs of sunlight were slipping from the sky. Usually, he would let me come with, and I begged to go that day too, but he wouldn't let me. I'm still not sure why. Maybe I had been particularly clingy for the days preceding, or maybe he was planning to go out and do something dangerous that morning. I don't know. But I do know that as darkness fell that evening, he didn't come back, and he never did again. They found the boat bashed up against the cliffs a few miles down the coast from Arthurdeer. but no sign of Dad. While accidents like this were uncommon in the area, they were not unheard of, and it was ultimately written off as an accidental drowning. They trawled the area for a while, looking for his body, but nothing turned up. And after the worst plane ride of our lives, my mum and I had to bury an empty casket. We didn't go back to the vacation home after that. We were all right financially, as my dad had left us a sizable chunk of savings to supplement my mum's income. But we couldn't face going back to where it all happened. At the same time, though, my mum couldn't bear to get rid of the place, and so it sat, falling into disrepair for 11 years, until a few days ago. I recently turned 20, and after having something of an early life crisis, decided it was time to get some closure. My mum was not a big fan of my decision. If it was up to her, we would just let the house rot to nothing and never think about it again. But I had made up my mind, and before she could mount any real effort to stop me, I was bound for Cardiff Airport. I opted to check into Arthurdeer's small inns, rather than attempting to stay in the house. This turned out to be a smart decision, as when I arrived at our old vacation home, it was in a state of severe disrepair. Being so close to the sea, weathering had taken its toll on the home's exterior, and the once well-kept garden had turned into a tangle of unkempt grass and thorny weeds. The interior was largely preserved, save for one room which had flooded through a hole in the roof, but a thick layer of dust had settled over what little furnishings had remained when we vacated the place. Evening was fast approaching, and I decided that it would be best if I returned to the inn to decide what to do with the place. As I was pushing through the door, I turned back one last time, half expecting to see my dad sitting on the stairs behind me. But no one was there. After a restless night, I decided to spend the next day, yesterday, out on the water. I bought some supplies from a dingy little tack shop and slid into a rented boat in the harbour. As I chugged out into the sea, I had this eerie feeling that I was reliving my dad's last day. Peering across the glittering waves, my eyes snagged on a narrow cave tucked into the jagged flank of Morgan's Isle. I started staring towards it for a moment, but stopped myself. What was I doing? I'd seen people try to approach the cave before, and a patrol boat would always stop you, saying that it wasn't safe for public access. Liable to collapse, they'd say. A tiny part of my brain whispered that they probably hadn't checked there all those years ago. They would have thought it was too dangerous, not worth the risk of searching. Maybe, just maybe. No, I shook my head as if to knock the idiotic thoughts out of my brain. I was there to get closure, not to open some silly, dangerous, and likely fruitless investigation. I found myself a good little spot a little ways past the island instead, and settled in for a day of fishing. I didn't end up catching anything. We had never caught much when I was younger anyway, and the years between had taken their toll on the already dwindling fish population. Besides, I could never quite completely wipe the thoughts of the cave from my mind. Before I knew it, the long, uneasy afternoon had slipped away into evening, and darkness spread quickly across the sky like a stain. As I rounded the island, I could see no other silhouettes against the shimmering lights of the town. I was alone on the water, and I was so close to the cave. I dragged my palms down my face. I knew I wouldn't get a wink of sleep if I didn't at least check. And besides, now was the perfect opportunity, with no patrol boats crawling around. Hidden by the darkness of the open sea, I anchored the boat as close as I could to the tiny, rocky beach at the cave's mouth, and splashed my way to the entrance, wincing as the icy water soaked into my sneakers. Standing on the gravel beach, I fumbled in my pocket. I was relieved to feel the clink of my keyring against my fingertips. Pulling it out, I pressed the button on the small flashlight that I kept clipped to the ring, and its weak beam cut through the darkness ahead of me. The small comfort that the light afforded me was dashed as I heard scuffling from behind some large stones just a few feet ahead. My hand shook as I pointed the flashlight toward the source of the sound, and I stumbled back as a figure moved from behind the rocks. It had come out as a question, but as my disbelieving eyes flickered over the man in front of me, I was sure it was him. He was much older and far scruffier than he was when I'd last seen him, and he was still somewhat obscured by the shadows of the cave entrance. Still, I felt certain it was my dad. My heart leapt in elation, and I stumbled forward, slipping on the loose, wet gravel in my haste to embrace him. To my dismay, however, he started backwards, jerking out of the way of my open arms and slipping even further backwards, further into the cave.
"There's no time, Carter."
His voice was rough and strangled with disuse. "What?" He jerked his head backwards, indicating for me to follow him into the cave. I was so stunned by the strangeness of the interaction, by his sudden appearance, and by his form retreating further into the darkness of the cave, that I followed without question. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing I could do. While his strides seemed quick and practiced, mine were rendered unsteady by the slick rock beneath me. He was still just ahead of me, just on the edge of my flashlight beam, but I had to pick up my halted, slippery pace to keep up with him as he continued to press on.
"There's no time for reunions yet. I promise you, all of that will come in due time. But for now, I just need you to trust me."
I was out of breath from our rapid pace, and though questions burned at the tip of my tongue, I wasn't able to vocalize them. The walls of the cave seemed slightly closer now, and my claustrophobia built into a lump in my throat, further blocking any attempt at communication I might make.
"Years ago, the day I disappeared, I discovered a ritual site in the back of this cave,"
he explained, as I staggered onward.
"I don't remember what happened between then and 2 days ago. All I know is that I woke up here, with the ritual site glowing around me. I managed to find out the date from a passing boat. I don't know what happened, Carter. I'm so sorry for leaving you for so long. But I do know that something is happening tonight, in this cave. I don't know what will happen if we don't stop it. But I don't want to find out. And I need your help."
My head was spinning with all this new information. He was still moving quickly in front of me, And, as stunned as I was, I lost my focus for a moment, and with it, my footing. My toe caught a small ledge on the ground beneath me, and I tripped, halting for a moment as I caught myself on my hands, scraping myself badly. However, it was not the pain that I noticed. The moment I had stopped, so had my dad. I stood, slowly, and took another step forward. So did he. I took a few more, and he followed. But each time I stopped, he would too. It was as though he was determined to stay exactly as far from me as he was currently, just close enough to still be visible, just far enough to avoid the full power of my feeble flashlight beam. My blood ran cold.
"Carter, come on,"
he said gruffly. Urgency and something else that I now know to have been hunger, distorting his tone.
"We'll have to hurry."
That had been the point all along, hadn't it? To hurry me along, feed me lots of information all at once, give me no time to think. But now I was thinking. It was a plausible story, sure. My dad had been a curious man, and if he had seen the same opportunity I had, it was certainly possible that he would have tried to explore the cave as well. An anthropologist would have been intrigued by a perceived ritual site, and if something supernatural had indeed happened, it could explain his disappearance in the manner that he described. But something still bugged me. As I mentioned, my dad had always loved people. Now the first person he's seen in 11 years, even if those 11 years were a timeless blur, arrives at the cave and he spends no time greeting them. Not even when that person is his own son. It didn't seem right. I tensed my hand around the keychain and, in one smooth motion, moved forward and focused the fail beam right on the figure in front of me. He jolted backward as quickly as he could, but it wasn't fast enough. Not this time. And I finally saw him for what he was. Sure, he looked a lot like my dad. An aged-up, banged-up version of him, tailor-made to look as if he'd been unconscious in a cave for 11 years. An excellent copy. But I could also see why he'd been avoiding the light. In the detail afforded by the dim light, I could see the way his limbs seemed slightly too long, the way his shoulders didn't quite slot in their sockets, the way his teeth seemed just a bit too large for his mouth, and his eyes. Christ. They were the same color as my dad's, sure, but that is where the resemblance ended. They were empty, glassy, artificial, like the false eyes they stick in taxidermied animals, a poor imitation of the real thing. My dad was an anthropologist, and I know a person when I see one. This wasn't. The next few minutes are a blur in my memory. I remembered sprinting back in the direction I'd come, slipping and sliding on the algae-coated stone beneath me. I could hear him chasing me. And, worse, I could hear more of them behind him, scampering through the cave on what sounded to me like wet, slippery, clawed hands and feet. As I ran, I kicked rocks backwards, hoping they would slow the creature's progress. I guess it must have worked, because the next thing I knew, I had flung myself into my boat, and gunned it away from the island, not even bothering to look back and see how close of an escape it had been. This brings me to today. As you might expect, I didn't sleep a wink. I spent the whole night researching, trying to figure out exactly what it was that happened to me. From what I've put together, it is likely that the first part of the story I was told was true. My dad probably did see the cave, seek the opportunity to explore it under the cover of darkness, and venture deep into it, hoping to discover a hidden anthropological treasure. But I don't think he found anything human in that horrible place, and I am certain now, even more than I was, that he is dead. Do you know where the name Morgan's Isle comes from? I certainly didn't before my midnight research session. I had always assumed that it was just named after an important figure in the area, like Jacksonville or Pennsylvania in the United States. It turns out, though, that this is not the case. I doubt that many of the current residents of Arthurdere would pick up on the name's significance. Hardly any of them are Welsh, and fewer still are old enough or rooted enough in the area to remember any of the legends attached to it. As it turns out, a Morgan, or Morgen, is a Welsh term for a creature that entices men into its lair, usually with its beauty or enchanting voice, in order to drown or consume them. In the US, we might refer to this creature as a siren. I believe that it is likely these creatures that I encountered in the cave last night, and if this is the case, there is no doubt in my mind that they are responsible for the disappearances of a number of visitors and locals alike over the years, including my poor father. As I am recording this, I'm sitting on the back porch of the old vacation home. My flight leaves tomorrow morning, and I have one more night in the grubby little inn up the road. But something called me back here, telling me to look out over the darkened sea one last time. I sincerely hope that it wasn't the sound that brought me here, that beautiful, achingly sorrowful timbre that echoes up the bluffs and draws me closer, sounding so much more melodic than it did all those years ago. Leaning in, I can see the flecks of light on the water again, tipping hypnotically up and down as waves roll by beneath them. I feel sick to my stomach. My dad was wrong. They aren't anything like diamonds. Looking at them now, I can see them for what they are. Fake. Dead. Empty. Like taxidermy. There was nothing special about the cafe. Tiny yellow espresso mugs with smiley faces on them, delicious French onion soup, and worse than mediocre bread to dip. An overhang outside with rusty tables and wobbly chairs. A perfect place to watch passers-by suffering through one of the several brief downpours that seem to afflict Paris at random intervals during every April afternoon. No, nothing special at all about the cafe. Nothing, except her. Helen. Her arms were speckled in tattoos that her face looked entirely too wholesome for. Her eyes, green, almost the same circumference as the espresso mug she sipped slowly from, as she sat, cross-legged, on the wobbly chair outside. But she didn't watch the people, and they weren't caught in a downpour. She just sat, immersed in a novel, McEwan's latest, and looked beautiful. I don't like to bother beautiful women in public, but this time, I simply had to. I haven't read him in a while, I say, stepping out of the cafe, holding an Americano in a to-go cup. I am American, after all, and though I'd been in Europe for a while, I'd never understood the appeal of paying my hard-inherited money for a mere tablespoon of ultra coffee. Is that one any good? Helen glanced up skeptically, a bit annoyed, as if she'd already been approached by 5 other men walking out that very cafe. But she must have liked what she saw, because her gaze softened, and she said, "He is brilliant." Would you think me uncultured if I told you I liked Atonement better as a film? I asked, pulling out the seat across from her. Well, that was all it took. We were off to the races, Helen and I. We talked about everything from the Cement Garden, his creepy incestuous debut novel, to Nutshell, the wife kills husband drama told from the perspective of the unborn child inside her. And of course, she told me I was wrong, dead wrong about Atonement. Say what you will about McEwan, but you'll always have something to say. Eventually, casually, I asked her where she worked. "You might think it's weird," she said, her accent light and airy. "Weirder than Nutshell?" I laughed. "That's fair." She sighed, then leaned forward. "I work down in the catacombs. I guide tours and keep things clean. Hang out with all my friends down there." She said this last with a faux spooky waggle of her fingers. I raised my eyebrows in feigned surprise. "The catacombs? Wow, I wouldn't have guessed that." But, in truth, I wouldn't have had to guess, because I already knew. It was the whole reason I approached Helen that day. Like I said, I simply had to talk to her. I should back up. It might come as a surprise given my affection for Brit Lit, and my apartment near the Place de la Bastille, but I was born and bred in West Virginia. West Virginia, in fact. The part of the state all the other West Virginians spit at through their remaining teeth. I didn't like much about the place, as you can surely tell. But I did like the Abaddon Acres, the family home. Abaddon Acres began humbly, but it didn't end up that way. Generation after generation of my forebears added their own unique flair. Spare rooms, additions, annexes piled on and on until the place resembled nothing so much as a sprawling spiderweb. And over time, we Abaddons grew rich. Very rich. Abaddon men were buried in a massive mausoleum out back. The women were buried out in the woods. It was the mausoleum that all my pals from school found so fascinating, then disturbing when they came to visit the acres. As for me, I didn't find it either. It was just another part of home. Going inside was strictly forbidden to all except the Abaddon family patriarch, my father. Naturally, I did steal the keys and snoop around in there a few times, eventually deciding that the thrill wasn't worth the risk. It truly was nothing but dusty old tombs. And, as childhood waned and the hormone-fueled sun of puberty rose in the east, I found other pursuits more worthy of exploration. And so, through sun and snow, the mausoleum stood proudly, untouched. But then my father died. Cirrhosis of the liver. A disease I, having begun drinking young and hard, was surely on my own path to. My mother was beside herself. Abaddon women are not what you'd call self-sufficient. She cleaned the same things every day, for hours at a time, whether they needed it or not. She did what she knew how to do, and she detested drink. Any liquor spotted in the house would instantly be dumped and earn its owner a vicious slap upside the head. This was a problem, because I found myself needing a drink more than ever those days. I was the new man of the house, after all. The new Abaddon patriarch. This, truth be told, is what brought me back within those musty Mausoleum walls. I needed a place to stash my scotch, and Mother could never go inside. Still, better safe than sorry. I searched high and low for the best place to hide my bottles. Perhaps behind the stone eagle perched atop the tomb of great-great-uncle Josiah. No, wait, what's this? A loose brick in the floor. Another. A whole section of floor practically falling apart. It hadn't been like this before, had it? And beneath the brick, which I uprooted in a curious frenzy late one night in my 17th year, beneath the brick, I found a trap door. A spiral staircase, no railing. Steps made of old rotten wood. The first one creaked pathetically. If I fell through, if I hurt myself, couldn't get back up, nobody would ever look for me in here. And yet, down I went. Halfway down, my flashlight flickered. How long had it been since these batteries had been changed? I knew I'd never done it. Stupid. I continued on. When I reached the bottom, only a couple dozen steps later, though I took each one with great care, my light extinguished completely. I smacked it against my palm, which for some reason always feels like it should work, but never does. Nothing. Just perfect. And what was that? A voice, whispering, barely there. My name. A chill ran through me, and it had nothing to do with the temperature. In fact, it was downright warm in the chamber, muggy. It did not feel like a room of death. It felt like a greenhouse, a room of eternal life. In response to the voice, I wanted to say, "Who's there?" My tone was intended to be commanding, intimidating. What I said instead, and far more meekly than I'd hoped, was, "I'm here." And a fire sprang to life from a torch on the wall. I stepped backward in alarm and tripped over my own feet. My hands collided painfully with the gravelly stone floor. The room, now illuminated to me, was smaller than I'd expected. Far smaller than the mausoleum above. The spiral staircase, a single torch on the wall, and a tomb. A sarcophagus, carved lovingly with intricate detail. Rising to my feet, wiping my dirty, bleeding hands on my jeans, I stepped closer. What were these carvings? Children running, fear etched on their stone faces. A woman slitting a man's throat. A man devouring an infant. The horrors ringed the entire sarcophagus, all with the artistry of a Renaissance fresco. I ran my fingers across the carvings. Blood smeared against them. My hands were hurt worse than I'd realized. And the soft voice again, saying my name, coming from inside the tomb. A man's voice, deep and abiding. I looked at the name etched on the stone. Adam Abaddon, born 1642. The first of us. In truth, I regret all that business with Helen. She was a nice girl, well-read, sweet, and funny besides, and a demon in bed, if you must know. In another life, things might have worked out between us. We spent practically all of our time together, those weeks after the cafe. I'm normally a guy who needs my space, but I had a job to do. I had to move quickly. I chased my moment with care. It was a Saturday afternoon. One bedroom window in my apartment hung open, a curtain fluttering in the sunlit breeze. We lay there, Helen and I, naked in the sheets, her arm draped over my chest, just catching our breath. So, when are you going to take me to meet your friends? I asked. My friends? Her cute accent almost drowned in the ambient noise wafting in from outside. Sure, I said. In the catacombs. She paused for a moment. Oh, wait. You've never been down there before? I thought you had. Nope, but I'm dying to go. Really? Helen asked, popping up on her elbow and appraising me. Well, now I'm dying to show you. I pulled her elbow out from under her playfully, then flipped myself back on top of her. Almost time for round two, but first. Not while it's open, though. I can't stand tourists. I kissed down her lobe, her throat, her collarbone. I want you to sneak me in, I said, conspiratorially. She giggled and squirmed in my arms, called me bad and slapped my shoulder. Afterward, she said that maybe we shouldn't sneak in. Why didn't I just pop by during her next shift, and she could give me a private tour? She could get in trouble, after all. Maybe fired. I told her that they weren't going to fire a model employee like her just for sneaking her boyfriend in, and that if they did, I'd just have to steal her away to my family home in West Virginia, where I'd take care of her every need, and she could take care of the 13 sturdy children she'd bear me. She was mostly interested in my use of the word boyfriend. Apparently that's when it became official. I discovered this by her squeal of excitement. I thought it had already been official. Culture barrier, maybe. Anyway, her objections died there. 3 nights later, past midnight, she and I stole away from the pavilion and across an empty street. There she used her keycard to gain our entrance. We passed the booth where they gave out headphones for audio tours, past the security gates. Do you want to check my pockets? I asked her as we walked underneath the detectors. You can reach in as deep as you like. Don't be gross, she said, but with a laugh. She was enjoying herself. I got the feeling she had never been the adventurous sort, and she seemed to be getting a genuine thrill from sneaking me around. I'm glad she was happy in those final moments. Before long, we reached a staircase. Spiral concrete steps, railings painted white, leading down into the abyss. I peered into the darkness. "Lead the way," I said, fingers tracing the vial in my pocket. In his writings, Adam Abaddon imagined hell as black. No lakes of fire, rivers of sulfur, no devil distributing torments to the masses. Just oblivion, non-existence, nothingness. As far as I know, I was the first to find these writings. 4 books, bound in rotted leather, buried with him. I ventured back into the mausoleum night after night to drink Johnny Walker and read the great man's words. And every once in a while, I'd peer into his stone tomb at the bones that once scaffolded his meat and skin through life. I'd glaze into those holes that used to be his eyes and find myself entranced at the darkness. No, the blackness within. Some nights I could almost swear he was looking back at me. The books were ostensibly biographical, but Adam was a man of philosophy, of thought. His writings rivaled any of the greats. Some kids cut their teeth on Nietzsche, or Crime and Punishment, or, God forbid, David Foster Wallace. I had my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, and his words sunk deep. 200 years before Darwin, he surmised that we were mere animalia, descended from the apes. He forced his wife, and later his daughter, to wash her hands with a lye-based solvent of his own devising before preparing his food. He anticipated the development of flying machines, long-range communication devices, and a global economy. He also worked out a way to rise from the dead. You see, Adam Abaddon's truest achievements were in the realm of the occult. When such themes first appeared in his writing, I thought it a foolish preoccupation of an otherwise brilliant mind. Newton himself squandered countless hours and brain cells on alchemy and superstition. That was before I came to a page cleverly titled Revival of Spirits. I almost skimmed past it, but then noticed the artwork on the page. This was a potion, or a spell if you like. It showed the user how to take a nearly empty container of liquor, the nearly was important, and make it full again. I glanced at the bottle of Johnny by my side, not quite empty, as luck or fate would have it, and it had been a long day. A revival of spirits was just what the doctor ordered. With a mixture of anticipation and embarrassment, I went off in search of ingredients. Vinegar, the blood of a raccoon or a mink. I found a raccoon first. Opium. Special thanks to Mother's doctor for never asking too many questions about her frequent Vicodin refills. And of course, the scotch lingering at the bottom of the bottle, or which at least a full 100 drops were required. It all took some time. Just before sunrise, I poured in the vinegar, the blood of the poor beast still lying broken somewhere in the woods. and the 5 Vicodin I hoped Mother would not miss. I placed my hand over the bottleneck. The recipe was very specific. The flesh of my right hand must fully cover the opening of the container, and shook. I repeated a Latin phrase 3 times. It was then that I very nearly dropped the bottle, for it had become much heavier in my hands. In shock, I peered inside. The bottle was full. I sniffed inside. Smelled like Johnny Walker to me. Tentatively, who knows where that raccoon had been? I took a swig. Yep, Johnny Walker Black, through and through. Good Lord. No, I thought. Good Adam. I've never paid for another drop since. Down and down we went, Helen and I. 130 spiraling steps, a 5-story building beneath the earth, in the dead of night. All to grant great Adam's final plea. Oh, carry mine bones nearer hell. Once more I fingered the vial in my pocket. The crushed powdered bones of Adam Abaddon. That part had been easy. 400-year-old skeletons are not made of stern stuff. Getting it through airport security had been more stressful. I was fully prepared to say the vial was full of drugs. Happily, they didn't catch it. Though they did spend a great deal of time frisking an elderly Mexican woman, while I sailed through unmolested. When we reached the bottom, Helen led us through a pitch-black stone tunnel, with the flashlight on her phone. I crouched as I walked. The ceiling was very near my head. I could reach out my arms and touch both sides at once. The ground was painfully uneven. The walk went on for some time. Not your mother's tourist attraction, to be sure. Finally, we reached an open chamber. Signs abounded, in English and in French, explaining the history of the catacombs, how more than 6 million people came to a final resting place in these subterranean corridors, and begging visitors, please do not touch the remains. If you're curious, the good people of Paris began to realize their burial habits constituted a public health crisis right around the time old rotted caskets started crashing through the cellar walls of homes built near centuries-old cemeteries. But, as fate would have it, they'd built all those homes by mining tunnels through the rock deep under the city. So, in the dead of night after night after night, city and church officials emptied the graveyards of Paris, stacking the rescued bones against the tunnel walls, floor to ceiling, miles and miles. 6 million souls. A mass grave. Just what Adam had ordered. Helen showed me around the tunnels with public access. Bones intermingled along the walls. A stack of tibias might be cut through by a row of skulls. Someone's leg and head might be a long way apart. The thought of it made me strangely sad. Unity. That was Adam's guiding philosophy. Unity of the family, of the nation, of the mind. Death was an affront to Adam, because the unity of blood and soul was torn asunder. And that's where I came in. After a while, as our conversation about the place started to ebb, I grabbed Helen's water bottle. I filled it just before we descended. You know what would make this more fun? I asked, pulling out the vial of pale powder. You've got to be kidding, she said, watching me dump the stuff inside. I screwed the lid back on and shook the bottle with a grin on my face. What's the matter? I asked, teasingly. Never gotten high in a room full of dead people before? I pressed the bottle to my lips and pretended to drink. It had to hit her before it hit me. That was crucial. I handed her the bottle. You're serious? She asked. I nodded. It won't last long, I assured her. Come on, it'll be fun. She shrugged, then chugged. More than I thought she'd drink. That was good. Ugh, she said, wiping her mouth. That tastes horrible. You'll forget all about the taste soon, I said. Let's sit down and wait for it. We found a wall of femurs, the sturdiest bones to rest upon. I ran my fingers over the damp stone floor. Give me a bit more, I said, reaching for the bottle. You drank more than I did. And this time, I did drink. An act of faith to rival any taken by Moses or Peter. Helen and I laced our fingers together and waited. After a while, she spoke. I feel weird. You're supposed to, I said, looking over at her. She coughed. Blood began to trickle from her nose. What's happening? She managed, coughing more fiercely and spraying more blood from both her mouth and nose. She clutched her stomach, fingers clawing as if trying to dig something out. Then she started to crawl on her hands and knees, blood dripping. She vomited fiercely. It'll be over soon, I muttered. Then I began to mutter other words. Secret words, from the Book of Adam. And before long, I felt the pain rise in my own midsection, the blood seep from my own nostrils. Helen was twitching violently on the stone floor, her body contorted, mouth foaming. She was still by the time I began coughing, but it was all happening too fast. I was coughing too hard. I wouldn't have time to finish the spell. Something primal in my body jerked me to my hands and knees, just as Helen had been. I gasped out the words as I expelled the lining of my stomach through my teeth. Blood splashed the bottom rows of femurs. My brain felt like it was blistering, popping, seeping. How could I have done this to sweet Helen? This was agony beyond imagining. And then it stopped. I don't know if Adam had somehow taken that cup from me, or if the pain receptors in my brain had simply given out. All I know is that I had just enough strength to say the final words before I died. All noise and movement ceased, and the tunnels were peaceful once more. Our bodies lay in crumpled heaps beside one another. The authorities would examine our stomachs, our vomit, and they would find a mixture of cyanide and ancient bones. A lover's pact, surely. It would be hushed up, cleaned up, reopened quickly and efficiently. The public could not be told how the sacredness of this place had been violated. And then the bones on the wall started to shake, almost imperceptibly, but resolutely, as some ancient power rose up from the depths, from the hell I'd carried Adam's bones nearer. There was a low rumble, and from underneath a wall of bones, Adam Abaddon's body rose anew. "Thou hast done well," said a voice inside our head as we crawled out from the weight of the bones and stood, dusty femurs clattering at our naked feet. "Thank you, Adam," I thought in reply. We stretched our limbs, he for the first time in centuries. Silently, we removed the clothes from my old body, lying still in a gory puddle of its own sick. We put them on, each motion a sacred act. Adam had been, and now is once again, exactly my size. He looked down at the bodies for a time, at Helen, whose wide, still eyes stared emptily at a pile of bones, both of us grateful for what her sacrifice had made possible. I hadn't known what to expect, but to share a mind was easy, natural even. I reeled through the centuries, memories I'd never lived. A miracle. Finally, Adam lifted our eyes and turned our head toward the exit. "Let us depart," he said. And together, we began the climb upward into the starry Paris night. I was always a rather curious person. Issues related to the occult and the paranormal attracted my attention a lot. So when a friend told me this story, I quickly felt the desire to verify if it was true or not. He explained the following to me. There is a website called www.icanseeyou.com, but it is not easy to find. Certain requirements are needed for it. You must be completely alone, and you will only be able to access during Thursday night, starting at 10 o'clock. If you succeed, you will find something similar to a blog post detailing everything you are doing, as if you are being watched. The requirements were no problem. I fulfilled all of them. I had been living alone for several years, and nightfall was inevitable, so I just waited. The week passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Thursday arrived. I was thinking all day about what I was going to do. I even searched for information on the internet, but I didn't find anything interesting beyond what I had already been told. I made some time until the evening, and at about 10:30, I went to my room and got ready. I followed all the instructions that were given to me. I turned off the lights, turned on the computer and opened the browser. It took me 5 attempts to access the website, but finally, when I was just about to give up on everything, it started loading a page. The design was quite simple, a completely black background and no image. Sure enough, I could see an entry whose title was, "I Can See You." At that entrance, someone introduced himself in a way that, although it was somewhat disturbing, was quite cordial.
Good evening, dear visitor. I want you to know that I can see you.
I was not quite convinced by what I was seeing. Of course, that feeling of disbelief and skepticism soon faded away. Another small paragraph appeared in the entry.
You don't believe me, do you? You have a pretty big window next to your desk.
Somewhat surprised, I looked out the window, but I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. I could see my car parked up, a couple sitting on a bench, and a girl walking her dog. I'm not exaggerating when I say that I spent about 20 minutes looking out the window. But no matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find anything. There was no one who looked suspicious. My attention turned back to the blog, which added another text.
If I were in your situation, I wouldn't waste time looking out the window. Have you locked all of your doors properly? And what about the windows? I know it's summer and it's hot, but do you think it's safe to have the dining room window open in your situation?
I quickly left my room and headed to the dining room. Sure enough, the window was open, so I closed it. I pulled the latch on the front door. I was so scared that I decided to pick up a knife. I went back into the room. This time I closed the door and, to feel safer, I lowered the blind. A new message appeared.
I don't think that knife will be any use to you.
I was starting to get tired. What I felt was a mixture of fear and anger. I came up to the monitor and shouted, "Fuck you!" I set out to close the page, but it was impossible for me. No matter how hard I pressed the button, it didn't react. I tried to leave the page, but neither the mouse nor the keyboard would respond.
Come on, don't go so fast. The fun hasn't started yet.
Desperate, I opted for the simplest measure, disconnecting the computer from the current. At that moment, the little skepticism that was left in me completely disappeared. The computer was still on. The last message that I would receive that night appeared on the screen.
The last one really upset me. I had planned to end this a good way, but I see that it will not be possible. I have told you before that the best option was to close doors and windows. But I must confess something. The danger is not outside this house, but inside.
My heart was racing 1,000 times an hour, and I almost had a heart attack when I heard the closet door, located right behind me, slam open. I didn't want to turn around, didn't want to look at what was hidden there. Curiosity played a trick on me. Through the corner of my eye, I saw how a contorted body fell from the inside of my closet. Gradually, it began to incorporate. I looked away quickly. I didn't want to see its face. I didn't hear it move towards me at all. For some reason, it stayed still. I couldn't stop crying. The door was close to the closet. If I wanted to get out, I had to go through that side. Suddenly, a harsh voice said to me,
You're not even going to try.
Every hair on my body stood up. That thing had read my mind. I decided to take a chance. I opted to turn around and run out the door. This was my biggest mistake. When I turned around, it was just inches away from me, staring at me. How could it move so fast? His face. Damn it. His face still gives me nightmares to this day. I don't really remember what happened next. I just woke up in this strange place. I think I've been here for several months. Maybe a year. I'm not sure. It's always dark. There's no doors. There's no walls either. Just this damn infinite darkness. I never get visitors. But that doesn't mean I can't communicate with the outside world. You see, in this strange place, there is nothing except a computer. Sometimes, with a little luck, I can talk to some other users who manage to contact me. And I want you to know
that I can see you.
Some time ago, I had decided to go on a little personal vacation out into the woods of northern Arizona. I was experiencing a sort of malaise that was really messing with my creative flow, and I needed a chance to really knuckle down and just enjoy the natural world again. I had spent 6 days out in the wilderness, just enjoying the feeling of being in nature, but the night of day 7 was one I will never forget. Something was waking me up. Groggily, I rolled over and looked at my phone. It was ringing. I looked at the top of it and blinked. No signal. That made sense. I had come out here for the isolation, a chance to clear my head and make some music again. So why was my phone ringing? How was my phone ringing? I stared at the number as my phone rang incessantly. An unknown caller. I heaved a tired sigh, swiped to answer, and croaked blearily. Hello? You need to be ready. It knows you're there, and it's already here. It has come for you. Came the voice on the other line. Who is this? Who am I speaking to? I asked, the exhaustion beginning to leave my voice. Be ready. It will be there soon. Don't open the door. The line went dead. My phone blinked, and the words, "Signal lost," flashed on the screen. Don't open? I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and wearily watched my phone, waiting to see if it would ring again. I must be losing it, I murmured, placing my phone back on the nightstand and rolling back over to go to sleep. That's when the house thundered. Booming knocks shook the glass of the windows and rattled the glassware. Jesus fuck! I spun to the door of my room, and my mouth dropped. My door was closed, but it was shaking like something was trying to get in. 3 knocks in short succession thundered against my bedroom door. I didn't remember locking it. The only door I locked was the front. It was the only one I figured I needed to lock out here. The angered knocking came again. 3 strong blows, and the rattling began anew. It shook the door, and as I watched, I saw the frame begin to crack. My phone rang, and the rattling stopped. Sparing a glance, I snatched it off the nightstand and looked at the number. Unknown caller again. Shakily, I swiped to answer the call and brought the phone to my ear, saying nothing.
It knows you're in there. It isn't going to be polite for long. Get under the bed. Hide.
Then the line went dead again. Signal lost. I looked at the cracking door frame and wasted no time taking this mysterious caller's advice. Quickly, I crawled under the bed and watched. It was only minutes. I knew it was only minutes, but it felt like hours. I stared at the door, terror wrapping its cold arms around my gut. My breathing became ragged as my eyes remained glued to the door. It wasn't moving. There was no knocking. Had the caller been wrong this time? Was it over? Had it just given up? What was it? Questions raced through my skull, each firing out of the cannon of doubt before the next one could be rationalized. Could any of this be rationalized, though? Something had called me up and warned me of something else in my house. Now that something else was just outside my door. I couldn't explain it, but I have this feeling, like whatever it was that was out there was waiting for me to make a move. Like we were in some kind of terrible chess game. So I watched. I waited beneath that bed for agonizing minutes. The sounds began shortly after that. Soft scratching noises, almost inaudible from my position. The one my signalless savior alleged would keep me safe. I never let my gaze drift from the door, and I'm glad I kept it there, because watching what happened next defied logic. The door itself began to bulge inward. I could hear the wood splintering as the center continued to bubble toward me. Then, it exploded. Debris and lethal wooden scrap fired throughout the bedroom. I wasn't spared when this happened. My hiding place provided shelter from the brunt of the door's destruction, but I was peppered with fragments of splintered wood that dug themselves into my skin. I wanted to cry out in pain, but the sight of what was beyond caught the scream in my throat. There, standing in the doorway, I saw a pair of feet. Massive legs. They must have been at least 3 feet across themselves. But that wasn't the strangest thing. The skin was no tone I had ever seen on a human. It was this mossy green and brown, and the texture was so wooden, like a pair of tree trunks. Slowly, the thing in my doorway ambled its way into my room. I could hear its heavy, ragged breaths, like some sort of hunting beast. It was at the foot of my bed. The scent of moss and pine clung heavily to it. But there was another scent I caught as it just stood there. Rot. Death. The pungent odor of decaying meat clung to the creature's wooden legs. I had to cover my nose and mouth to keep from retching as it circled the bed. Was it going to throw it up and pull me out from underneath? Was this monster just waiting for the perfect chance to tear me to shreds? What the fuck was it? The feet turned, and suddenly, my blood felt like ice. My whole body shivered as the temperature in the room suddenly plummeted. I could see my breath as this thing let out an ear-shattering roar. I can't place the sound, but it reminded me of a mixture between a jet engine's roar and a grizzly bear's growl. I watched from my hiding place as the nightstand was lifted and launched across the room. I could only hear the thing shatter as the creature tore the place apart. My eyes were discs in my head. My hands were clamped over my mouth to hide any sounds of breathing or whimpering. But just as it spun to face the bed, it stopped. Instead, whatever it was, turned and shambled out of my room. What the fuck? What the fuck? They were the only words I could choke out as the creature disappeared from my sight. Then the phone rang again. Terrified, I seized it, trying to silence the ringer. I swiped to answer the caller and immediately began to whisper into the phone. What the fuck was that? Who are you? How the fuck did you know it was coming?
There's no time for any of that. It knows where you are. You need to run. Jump out the window and keep running until you lose sight of this place. Keep going until you reach the highway. Don't come back until morning.
Are you fucking kidding me? That thing is huge. I can't outrun it.
You have to. It's the only way you win this.
Then the call cut out. Signal lost. I steadied my breathing and psyched myself up, shooting out from under the bed as I heard that dreadful roar again. It was coming back. I didn't have time to think. No time to find shoes. I bolted towards the now shattered window and dove, slicing my arms and legs against the shards of glass. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, urging me to ignore everything else. I ran, bolted through the forest as fast as my legs would carry me. Twigs and rocks tore into my feet. But I kept going. Even as my chest began to tighten, and my lungs began to feel like there was a fire being set beneath them, I ran. I couldn't hear the monster behind me anymore. Maybe it stayed at my cabin. Maybe it kept looking elsewhere. Every ounce of me just hoped I had gotten lucky. But the voice on the phone told me to keep running until I hit the highway. So I did. I ran through miles of backcountry woods, never stopping, pushing myself far beyond anything I thought I was capable of, just to get away from whatever the hell that thing was. I could see darkness starting to push its way into my vision. My legs were beginning to feel like they were made of stone. My body ached, and every muscle screamed for me to stop, but I kept pushing. When I burst through the tree line onto the road, I stopped. Almost instantly I began sobbing, and I dropped to my knees. I gazed up at the moon as my phone began to ring again. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at the number. Before I could do anything else, darkness overtook me. I woke the following day in a hospital bed, Apparently, someone had discovered my unconscious and bloodied body on the side of the road. The sheriffs had a million questions, none of which I had a good answer for. They thought my story sounded like something I had made up. But when they went to the cabin, many of them were singing a different tune.
Well, it looks like you got lucky and escaped one of the biggest bears I've ever seen,
one of them said.
Didn't find it, but the claw marks in the wood made it look like a damn dinosaur. Grizzlies are huge, son, but not even they leave marks like that.
When I asked about the phone calls, they just shook their heads.
There's no cell service that far out. You might have imagined that part and everything.
It took me over a week to recover from my injuries. I was told I had lacerated a tendon in my right arm, and that it wouldn't ever function quite the way it had before. That was the arm I used to play guitar, and to this day, there are still certain notes my fingers just can't quite nail anymore. The day of my discharge, I was given the things that they had found me with, and given an escort back to the cabin. The debris was mostly cleaned up by the time I arrived to collect my things, but the damage to the building itself was visible, and the cops were right. Whatever the hell it was that came after me that night must have been massive to leave the marks it did so deep in the wood. I checked my phone as I crossed the threshold of the house to gather my things, and sighed. No signal. Well, thanks, whoever you were, I muttered, gathering what stuff was left after the attack. To this day, I don't know who called me, or what it was that was in my cabin. But, frankly, I don't think I want to know.
It's me, Brianna. Not you.
That's what my latest boyfriend told me, before walking directly into the path of a truck. There was barely anything left of him, just enough to peel him off of the sidewalk. I thought our relationship was going well. It's not like I'm desensitized to my boyfriend's dying, or ceasing to exist, but it's almost become the norm. Ben was my first boyfriend in high school, and my longest relationship to date. Fluffy-haired Ben, with his dimpled grin and freckles. He was the type of guy who should have been popular, but chose to keep to himself. I met him in the principal's office. Ben was being lectured for sneaking around, and I was handing in a late assignment. All he did was wink at me, and I fell. Hard. We dated for 2 years. I really thought he was the one. Ben told me he loved me, and every Friday he introduced me to a new restaurant. I was in love. I loved everything about him. On the night before our senior prom, a drunk driver T-boned my boyfriend's car, killing him instantly. After his funeral, it's like he stopped existing. His parents left town, and every time I mentioned him, my parents would slowly tilt their heads and act confused when I brought him up. My brother was the worst for it, considering he and Ben were best friends. But he just looked at me with this weird fucking look in his eye, like his soul had been ripped out. Eyes are the windows to the soul, apparently, and my brother's soul was MIA, Ben? His expression crumpled. Wait, who? Alex was my emotional support, who later became someone closer. Funny Alex. Blonde but not quite blonde Alex. I met him in group therapy. My boyfriend was dead, and he had just lost his mother. We didn't label it, because he had a girlfriend, and I didn't want to move on so quickly. I think we just found comfort in each other. Eventually, though, Alex became something I wanted to label. His sense of humor was a breath of fresh air. I didn't go to college because of Ben's death, settling for a mediocre barista stop in town. Alex came in every day with fresh coffee and a sugar cookie. I think I loved him. I told him that. Half asleep, I told him I wanted to try and be something more with him. Alex looked taken aback, but happy. We spent the night together. The morning after, I woke to my mother screaming. Alex was dead in the bathroom, his blood splattering, staining pristine white. According to the first responders, he died of a self-inflicted head injury. The exact same thing followed. I attended his funeral, and Alex's family disappeared. This time, I went back to his house, but according to a neighbor, his house had been abandoned for 10 years. I had eaten pancakes in his kitchen just days earlier. I broke in to see it myself, but my neighbor was right. The hallway was piled with ancient mail and threats of eviction. Alex's room didn't exist. Instead, a storage room filled with boxes. When I got home, my family had already forgotten Alex's existence. The town had forgotten him, and yet his blood still stained my bathroom. Following Alex's death, I was terrified of getting too close to people. But Esme made it hard. She was my third relationship. We met at a bar. I was extremely drunk and convinced I was cursed to kill all of my romantic partners. Esme. Cute Esme. Crooked teeth and smudged lipstick, and warm Esme. Do you know that person you meet and you instantly connect with them? The person you're sure is your soulmate? That was Esme. I told myself I wouldn't get too close to her, but I was already talking to this girl, already pouring my life out to her. Esme sat and listened, her chin resting on her fist. She was a first-year creative writing student, and she had a cat called Peanut. I didn't remember much after that. We hit it off, and the next thing I know, we're curled up in the back of her car, watching Buffy on her iPad. I told her about my exes, and she nodded and smiled, but I don't think she was listening. I told her all of my exes have died, and then been erased from existence. Esme called me cute. She wanted to base a story around the concept, sitting up and grabbing her phone. I have this memory of the girl I fell in love with at first sight. She's nodding along to a Smith song, spluttering from my car radio, typing on her phone. I can hear the tapping of her nails, her lips curving into a smile. I can see the exact moment she gets inspiration, pulling her knees to her chest. She's wearing fishnet tights that are torn and a jacket that doesn't fit her. She is beautiful, and I don't want to lose her. Alex was beautiful. He had pretty eyes and brown curls that I liked running my hands through. Ben was beautiful. He made my heart swim, my stomach swarm with butterflies when I first met him. Ben was my first love. The realization woke me up one night, 3 months into dating Esme. Both of them were dead, wiped away like they never existed. And Esme would follow. At first, I tried to break it off with her without sounding crazy. I told her it was me, not her, and I wasn't in the mindset for a relationship. Esme understood, but her eyes didn't. I didn't want to lose her. Esme lit up every room she entered. Her obsession with thrifted clothes and badly written poems, and her irrational fear of pandas, made her someone I wanted to be with. So, I stayed with her. I told myself Ben and Alex were just coincidences that were nothing to do with me, and I wasn't indirectly fucking killing the people I fell in love with. I avoided the L word for as long as I could, but it slipped out on my way to work. Esme was driving. I just said it, and her eyes lit up. She reached out and squeezed my hand. At work, one of my colleagues, Jasper, caught my eye. When I twisted around to ask him to grab something, I glimpsed his phone screen. It looked like Tinder, though I didn't recognize the layout. It reminded me of Twitter in dark mode. Jasper was leaning against the counter, his thumb hovering over a photo of Esme, chewing his bottom lip. I watched his thumb prance around the screen before he gave up and swiped left. Finishing up the woman's coffee, I handed it over. I asked for cream? Ignoring her, I sidled in front of my colleague, hyper-focused on whatever app he was playing around with. What's that? Jasper looked up, his eyes widening, lips parting, like a fucking goldfish.
Clearly nothing.
Jasper sidestepped me, opening the refrigerator and pulling out milk. But he already had milk. The bastard was stalling. We had 0 customers waiting, so it was just the 2 of us, and a long, dragged-out pause. Jumping up and down on the heels of his feet, he shot me his usual grin, slipping his phone into his apron. Jasper may have been smiling, though there was something twisted in his expression. I couldn't stop myself. Was that a dating app?
Dating app?
Excuse me, can I get what I ordered? The woman demanded, waving her coffee in the air. I asked for whipped cream. Jasper saw that as an excuse, an escape, and nodded, fashioning a grin. He saw an opportunity and took it.
Of course, ma'am. I'll get that for you,
he said, with a little too much sarcasm. The boy took her coffee with a spring in his step, ducking in the refrigerator for the whipped cream. Jasper added too much cream, dumping the drink on the counter with a little too much force. It was a good thing my colleague was marginally an attractive guy, with cropped blonde hair and a deadpan voice that somehow attracted the ladies. Jasper could insult someone directly to their face, and they would just blush and get all tongue-tied. I had seen it happen in real time. A girl was flirting with him and used a bad pickup line, which was something along the lines of, "Did it hurt when you fell from heaven?" He laughed, and her eyes brightened. She giggled along with him, nudging her friends. But he wasn't laughing with her. I saw the gleam in his eye. He was laughing at her. Still laughing, Jasper plonked her milk latte down so hard half of it spewed out, and with the exact same charming smile, he deadpanned, "Did it hurt when you dropped out of a drain pipe?" Yeah, my colleague was blessed with good looks. Otherwise, he would have been punched in the face by now. Presently, he was being his usual arsehole self. "Is there anything else I can get you?" The woman shook her head, pulling a face. Jasper had, essentially, ruined her drink. It was more cream than coffee now. When she left the store, I situated myself in front of him when he was counting cash. "What were you looking at?" I nodded to his phone sticking out of his pocket. "Was it like a dating site you were on?" Jasper didn't even look at me, his lip curling. "That's kinda rude," he hummed. "I don't peek at your phone." "Esme Hope," was all I could hiss out. Was she on that dating app? My colleague proceeded to stare at me like I'd grown a second head, before his half-idled gaze flickered behind me. Jasper's expression brightened. "Oh, Hannah is calling me," he said, choking out a laugh. Hannah was not calling him. She was in the break room getting high. Jasper slowly backed away, maintaining his smile. "I'll be back in a second, all right?" He grabbed that same carton of milk with a grin. "Don't you just love when your milk stays fresh?" "What?" "Fresh milk," he grinned. "Mulberry Farm's finest." Jasper was darting away before I could coerce a sentence. After work, I texted Esme as usual. She was my ride on Fridays. Esme didn't reply. I texted her again, a little more panicked. "Hey, are you okay?" When I called her, an automated voice told me she wasn't available. Already feeling sick to my stomach, I drove to her place myself. I could see the flashing lights before anything else, blurred red and blue, sending my thoughts into a whirlwind. It took me 10 minutes to muster the courage to jump out of my car and ask a pale-looking deputy what was going on. I tried to jump over the yellow tape, only to be politely pulled back. "Carbon monoxide poisoning," the deputy told me. "The whole family is dead." He sighed. "Mom, Dad, and their daughter in college." I think he was trying to be sympathetic, awkwardly patting me. But I was already on my knees, all of the breath dragged from my lungs. "Luckily, it's just like going to sleep. Monoxide is a silent killer." Monoxide is a silent killer. Was that the same as, "I'm sorry, Ben was in the wrong place at the wrong time," and "Alex was silently suffering. He did what he thought was best"? I didn't go to Esme's funeral. Mum and Dad and Will had already forgotten her, just like the others. What I did do, several days later, when her name wasn't even a memory anymore, I bought flowers from the store. Roses were Esme's favourite. The seller was around my mum's age, a plump-looking woman wearing a floral dress, long red hair tied into a ponytail. She was on her phone, humming to a tune on the radio. The Smiths. "I hope she likes them," the woman said, wrapping the flowers in red ribbons. She had a strong southern accent that immediately annoyed me. I took the roses, stuffing them in my bag. "What did you say?" The seller cocked her head. How did you know they were for my girlfriend?" The woman sighed, placing her phone on the counter. I glanced at whatever she'd been so interested in, but the screen was face down. "Esme came in here a lot." Her lips broke out into a sad, sympathetic smile. I was quickly growing sick of them. "Esme, she told me you guys were dating. Esme was always buying roses for her room. Sometimes she would stand in here for hours and just stare at the flowers. I think she found comfort in them." The woman sighed, fixing me with what I could only describe as a pitiful pout. "Ugh. I hope you can find the same comfort," she murmured. The seller handed me an extra rose, and I found myself reaching out for it, my eyes stinging. Fuck. I hadn't cracked in at least 15 hours, and that was a record. But now I could feel myself splintering, tears trickling down my cheeks. The flower lady squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. If it makes you feel better, it's just like going to sleep. Monoxide is a silent killer." Her words were familiar. Exactly what the deputy said. Before I could speak, she dumped weed killer on the counter. "Did you know our plant killer is $10.99? Her sudden bout of energy took me off guard. I tried to smile. "I don't want any plant killer, thanks." The seller nodded, handing me another rose. "Oh, of course, darling. But it is $5.99 just for today." Something prickled me, and I hissed out, wafting my hand. Damn thorns. I could already see a single spot of blood. I nodded, sucking my teeth against a cry. "Thanks, but I'll skip it this time." I took the roses to what used to be Esme's grave. Now, it was an empty headstone with no name, no memories, no flowers, nothing. Just like Alex and Ben, Esme had been reduced to dirt under my feet. I stayed at her grave for a long time, long enough for the sky to grow dark, and my thoughts even darker. I tried to find a logical explanation for the sudden deaths of the people I got close to, but all I could think of was that I was cursed. So, I started Googling curses, leaning against Esme's headstone, my knees to my chest. Had I been cursed? Was my family cursed? According to Google, a cursed object connected with the curse itself, which could be anything. though I didn't remember visiting any ancient ruins or an old church. With zero answers, I headed home. I passed a guy playing the Smiths in his car, then a group of older women wearing ripped fishnet tights. Esme was following me, just like Alex's smell, fresh coffee and rich chocolate. Ben's cologne filled my car last summer. His favorite band was playing all day on our local music station. I drove around with no destination, listening to each one on repeat, until I was losing him all over again. The sweet aroma of flowers followed me all the way home, and I was tipsy on the smell when I found myself face to face with a boy. Under the overexposed streetlight, this guy was almost ethereal, thick brown hair and freckles. He reminded me of Ben, which wasn't fair. I thought I was hallucinating him before he came closer, bleeding from the shadow. I saw more of him. White strips of something wrapped around his head. Wrong. The word slammed into me when I glimpsed his clothes. Filthy. The guy was wearing a white button-down, a single streak of bright red ingrained into the material. His white pants were torn, glued to his legs. He was barefoot, the soles of his feet slapping on wet concrete. I didn't realize he was in front of me, nose to nose, until he shoved me, hard. "Josie." His voice was a whimper, despite his narrowed eyes, his lips twisted into a scowl. He was crying, every heaving word sputtering from his mouth. The boy shoved me again, and I staggered. His ice-cold breath grazed my cheeks. "What the fuck did you do to my sister?" "Sister?" I whispered. Something wet landed on my cheek suddenly. Rain. I wasn't expecting a downpour. The weather was forecasted to be clear. To my surprise, the guy let out a harsh-sounding laugh. The two of us were slowly getting drenched, but neither of us were making a move to get out of the rain. My hair was glued to the back of my neck, my clothes sticking to me. But somehow, I wanted to stay in the rain. It was so refreshing. When a thought hit me, telling me to get out of the rain, it was shoved to the back of my mind. The guy spat water out of his mouth, shaking his head like a dog. "Of course," he muttered. "Drown me out with the rain." I eventually found my voice, my gaze glued to intense red seeping through the bandage stapled to his head. He looked like he'd escaped from an emergency room. "I don't know anyone called Josie," I said. "I think you've got the wrong person." The guy's eyes narrowed. He stepped closer, grabbing my shoulders, and I noticed how hollow his eyes were, empty caverns carved into his skull. Eyes are the window to the soul, and this guy was completely soulless. "I'm only going to say this once," he whispered. "What did you do to my sister?" Before I could respond, the guy was being violently grabbed and dragged back. Figures who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. "Let me go! Let me go!" he cried out, struggling.
You fucking assholes! Let me go!
His screaming became muffled when his cries were gagged.
You promised! You promised!
He yelled, his cries collapsing into a sob. You said if you took me, she wouldn't get hurt.
So where is she?
He met my gaze, his expression crumpling, something inside of him coming apart, splintering by the seams.
You can't take both of us. This wasn't in the agreement. This wasn't in the agreement.
When he was dragged further back, I noticed a car parked at the side of the road. The boy was pulled inside. At first he refused, before an extra pair of hands shoved him in. I heard his fists slamming into the windows. I heard his cries once again collapse into an angry, muffled scream, and I felt my hands moving towards my pocket for my phone. This was a kidnapping, right? I was witnessing a kidnapping in broad fucking daylight. A shadow was suddenly in front of me, and I jumped, tearing my eyes from the car. Jasper, my colleague. He was still wearing his apron, and, to my confusion, was swinging a carton of whole milk.
Sorry, Bree.
He winked, speaking in a single breath.
As you can see, our friend here had a little too much to drink.
I nodded, craning my neck. Jasper stepped in front of me, maintaining a grin. Who is he? This time, I sidestepped away from him, only for him to copy.
Just a guy,
he said.
As you can see, he's a little...
Jasper prodded his right temple.
Let's just say he's got a few too many screws loose.
Jasper laughed, staying stock still, blocking my way. When I made a move to counter him, he stepped in front of me, his eyes hardening.
I heard he lost his family a while ago in a...
He pretended to think.
Oh, yeah. A car crash. Maybe a gas explosion. I'm not really sure.
I could hear the car behind him, and once again, I tried to dart past him, but he was quick to block my way. He was getting closer to me, very subtly backing me into the opposite direction.
Anyway, this guy is kinda nuts. Dude still thinks he's got a sister.
When I lost patience and shoved him out of the way, the car and the guy were gone.
See?
Jasper rolled his eyes. He was still holding milk from work. My head spun. It was 8 p.m. We were in a suburban neighborhood, and Jasper was holding half a pint of milk. His apron was stained with coffee, and when I really looked at him, I realized he was out of breath. He was doing a good job of hiding it, exhaling in intervals, swiping at his forehead to clear sweat. When I noticed, he pretended to run his hands through his hair.
I feel for him. Like, I'm sorry his family died, or whatever. But attacking random girls isn't cool, you know?
Instead of replying, I stumbled home. It was sunny. At 8 p.m. And when I took notice, I wasn't even wet. Esme was the last straw. I made a promise to myself to not get close to anyone. The guys and girls I met were friends, and nothing more. Weirdly enough, the only guy I was getting close to was my colleague. I don't know if it was brain damage or if I was finally losing the plot, but Jasper's shameless cruelty towards customers and that quirk in his lips when he made them cry was kind of hot. However, he was playing hard to get, and I mean really playing. I was in storage trying to find vegan milk, and he was suddenly a fucking expert, spewing milk facts. When I slammed the refrigerator door shut, he was inches from my face. In the dim light from a single spluttering bulb, his eyes reminded me of coffee grounds. I thought maybe he was going to kiss me, judging from his softening expression. I felt his hands go around my waist, and I felt myself immediately melt. I don't know what came over me. It's like 1 minute I hated him, and the next, it got very hot. Really hot. And I really wanted to take my clothes off. I thought that's what he wanted to do. I mean, his gaze followed mine, piercing, fingers playing with the buttons on his shirt, before he leaned forward, his breath in my face.
Did you know that Mulberry Farms is an award-winning brand of milk in our town? And only our town. Mulberry Farms was bred and made right here.
And suddenly, I was no longer hot and bothered. I didn't, I said, ducking into a crouch to search the shelves. Have you seen our vegan milk? We did have some.
3-time winner,
Jasper continued. When I jumped up, he stepped closer, and I felt my cheeks spark. His smile was rare. In fact, Jasper was only smiling when he was talking about milk.
Mulberry Farms have the best pasteurization. It's suitable for everything. Coffee, cereal, or maybe you just want a glass of fresh milk to yourself. Perfect for kids too. Breakfast time is Mulberry Farms.
Are you having a stroke? I whisper-shrieked.
No.
Jasper twisted around, shooting me a grin. I left the storage, however, with butterflies in my gut. There was no way I was falling for my asshole colleague. Somehow, though, I was. Just standing next to him filled me with electricity. The way he talked down to customers, insulting me to my face. I was thoroughly and disgustingly in love. I tried to stop myself. I showered in ice-cold water. I choked on a ghost pepper. I even asked my brother for advice, who told me to go for it. I told him Jasper had one of several flaws, but this particular one was off-putting. He's obsessed with milk, I told my brother. Harry lifted a brow.
Is that a euphemism, or...
He paused for way longer than necessary.
So, your would-be boyfriend has a milk fetish?
I left his room before he could take that conversation any further. I wanted to say Jasper was the only one who acted weird, but over the next few weeks, I noticed it in quite a few people. I was having breakfast with my mum, and she lifted up the box. "Choco flakes," she blurted. "Aren't they just the best?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, Mum, they're great." I prodded the box with a smile. "Only $1.99. There were so many townspeople on their phones. They walked around with groceries or briefcases, their eyes glued to whatever they were swiping through. I was serving an old woman when I caught her phone screen. I could have sworn there was an image of Jasper. She swiped right, and I had a hard time looking her in the eye. The woman was at least in her 80s, and I'm talking can barely walk without assistance. Was she seriously hitting up 25-year-old guys? Walking home, everyone was on their phones. I stopped at a crossing, stabbing the red light. It started to snow the second I stepped out onto the road. White flakes dancing in front of me. It didn't even cross my mind that it was almost June. The snow was pretty, accumulating on the ground. "Oh, shit, sorry." Lifting my head, a guy was standing in front of me holding an umbrella. I knew him, but not from whatever was trying to pollute my mind. I knew him from a while ago. I knew him from the rain. I knew the bloody bandages wrapped around his head and soulless, seething eyes I couldn't understand. It was the boy who was dragged away 3 months prior. He looked different. His hair was shorter, his face carved into a thing of beauty. The white strips of gauze bleeding scarlet were gone, his filthy clothes replaced with a white shirt and pants, a trench coat flung over the top. I didn't remember him being this handsome. His dark brown hair had been tamed and curled. It was his expression that sent shivers sliding down my spine. His too wide smile and unblinking eyes made me suddenly conscious of 2 bright lights on the 2 of us. So bright. Something shattered in my mind, and I was aware of a lot of things. The snow under my feet was too soft. I glimpsed a single streak of red seeping from his nose, his hands trembling around a take-out coffee cup. Behind me, people were staring. I could see a group of teenage girls giggling. "It's him," one of them squeaked. "It's the new love interest." Brie? Brie? His grin widened, snowflakes prancing around us, his teeth gritted together. I could tell he hated every word. "Holy shit. Long time no see." He held out his hand, and I could see visible pain contorting in his eyes. "Help me," he was screaming through a twinkling smile. Don't you remember me? It's Sam." He laughed. "From 8th grade." The lights blinked out, and the thought came crashing into my mind. Static images filling my head. I shook them away. "Oh, yeah. It was Sam. My childhood friend." But I didn't reply. Instead of saying, "Sam, it's been so long," I found myself walking, stumbling over to the girls, who were rapidly swiping left on their phones. "What's that?" I demanded in a sharp breath. I grabbed for the phone, only for Sam to step in front of me. He settled me with a smile. Behind me, One of the girls fainted. Sam's smile didn't waver, though he did side-eye the girl being carried away.
Why don't I take you out for coffee?
Apparently, coffee was the code word for hooking up. Sam dragged me into the nearest coffee store, straight to the bathroom. When he shoved me into a stall, I didn't know what to say.
Take off your shoes,
he said in a hiss, and after hesitating, I did. Sam pulled off his jacket, shook snow out of his hair, and got real close.
Look up,
he murmured. I did, my gaze finding the ceiling.
To your right, a camera is very well hidden, but can be seen with the naked eye if you catch what looks like a red laser,
Sam said.
To your left, another camera, as well as a vent that is currently pumping the stalls with aphrodisiacs. And right now, we are in the red zone, meaning you should be unconscious. Again, meaning you should be conscious.
He prodded me, and I flinched.
Mostly conscious.
His words went right over my head. My mind was foggy. I couldn't think straight. I think I asked him what he was saying, but my mouth was filled with cotton.
Snap out of it,
he said.
Like I said, they're making you feel like this.
He shoved me against the door, which broke me out of my trance, slightly.
I hate what I'm going to say right now,
Sam groaned, tipping his head back. He was sweating, I noticed. Bad. I glimpsed beads of red pooling down his neck. He noticed me staring.
I'm okay for now. I'm faulty, so the connection is severed.
He squeezed his eyes shut.
I think.
What are you talking about?
Sex,
he said, blinking rapidly. I wasn't going to comment on his slurring voice. Sam stumbled, fresh blood dripping from his nose.
We need to do the sex. Like...
His eyes rolled into the back of his head, but he managed to stabilize himself.
Now.
What? Is everything okay in there? The voice was a woman. She knocked on the stall. Sam's eyes widened, coming back to life a little.
They're paranoid,
he whispered. When I could only stare at him, he pounded his fists on the door.
They need to think we're fucking,
he hissed.
So we need to make it believable.
They? I mouthed. He didn't reply, swiping at his hemorrhaging nose.
Just move around against the door. That'll fool them.
I did, doing my best to shuffle around, slamming my back against the lock. When the metal clanged, he shot me a look.
Sex,
he said.
Not murder.
Sam jumped onto the toilet bowl. There was an open window above him. That's enough, he mouthed, hoisting his way through. He helped me through, and I was expected to land on concrete. What I did land on, however, was something squishy. Something wet sliding between my bare toes. Looking closer, I recognized the beaded anklet, fishnet tights. Something animalistic clawed from my throat. I was standing on Esme, or what was left of Esme. She was just a torso and legs, the rest of her ripped away like doll pieces. I couldn't see her face. I looked for it, digging through what could only be old flesh and pieces of limbs. I felt suffocated. I grabbed half of Ben's face that had been ripped off, and then Alex's tattooed arm. There was so much of them. Piles and piles of the same heads, the same filthy and rotting clothes. I was screaming by the time I shuffled back on my hands and knees, trying to wipe them off of my skin. They were all over me, staining me, painting me. Sam's hand, slick with blood, gently covered my mouth.
"Stay calm, all right?"
he whispered.
"I would tell you everything is going to be okay, but the truth is, it's really not. There's like a 99.9% chance you're going to, understandably, freak out."
He pulled me to my feet, letting out a heavy breath. Blinking rapidly, I could only see pieces. Pieces of people. Legs and heads and torsos, all piled into one mass of gore.
"We've got maybe 5 minutes before they realize we're not doing the devil's dance."
Sam sniffled.
"Maybe 10 before my brain short circuits and I bleed out."
I didn't know I was hyperventilating until I couldn't fucking breathe. Closer towards the door, and I could hear machinery. I couldn't stop myself, even when I was aware I was standing in congealing blood. Rotten bodies. The dim light led me into what could only be described as a factory. There were 3 levels, and we were on the highest. Sam stepped forward, gripping the metal bar in front of us. I felt my legs buckling, a thick, pukey slime filling my mouth.
"So, I guess it all started when Brianna Timberman was 17 years old and rejected by her childhood best friend,
Sam Thwaites." Sam's words collapsed into a low buzzing in my ear. All I could see was a conveyor belt filled with people. Boys, girls, but most noticeably, Ben's, Alex's, Esme's, and Sam's. I could see regular people. Their hair stripped away, their skin sliced into, cruelly molding them into the exact same 4 faces. When a large looming needle plunged into the back of an Alex's head, I couldn't not watch. I waited for the guy to wake up, but I don't even think he was alive. He stood, unblinking, letting this thing twist and contort its face. And it was then when I realized these things weren't even human. I could see the mechanics built onto their flesh, both living tissue and metal. Both living tissue and metal melded together.
Brianna's father, who is a little on the crazy side, with too much cash and not enough logic, took his daughter's rejection a little too personally.
Sam continued.
So, he promised his daughter he would find her the perfect match.
I started to speak, the words coming out before I could stop them. My father would never...
I didn't say it was your father,
Sam said. His eyes darkened.
Anyway, as I was saying,
The townspeople became unhealthily obsessed with who Brianna would choose. So obsessed, in fact, that the girl's day-to-day life was broadcasted across town, while her potential love interests were ranked, week after week. First, there was Ben. Sam's smile thinned. Her high school boyfriend. Sam shrugged. She grew bored of him. Also, he kinda did something unforgivable. He continued. Then Alex. She liked him, but sometimes he was a little too unserious. The guy was a clown. I backed away, but he was quick to grab my shoulders. Finally, Esme, who she truly fell for. I swallowed. Esme is... He cut me off, but I didn't mention that they hurt her, did I? Sam leaned against the bar. Behind him, I could see a figure in white pushing a gurney with a Ben strapped to it. Ben tried to assault her, insisting she wanted it. Alex dumped her on her birthday. Esme ended their relationship with a one-word text. Goodbye. Sam mimed an explosion. That was the nail in the coffin. I caught blood sliding down his nose. You're still bleeding. Sam gingerly prodded his nose. Yeah. It's an effect of the severing. I've been in the red zone too long. I should probably speed this up. He talked faster, his voice collapsing into a mumbled slur. Brianna couldn't take it. Her best friend was ignoring her. Everyone she had fallen in love with hurt her. Esme wasn't returning her calls. Ben was sleeping around right in front of her. And Alex was still being a clown. Brianna's poor parents found her hanging from her bedroom ceiling fan. I shook my head, my thoughts screaming. No. He held a finger up to shush me. Let me talk. Jesus. Sam folded his arms. A grieving father would do anything to avenge his dead child. But Mr. Timberman took finding a perfect match, and the show must go on, a little bit too literally. His sickly smile found me. Which also means going stark fucking crazy. The town wanted more of Brianna and her life, so he turned his daughter's failed love life into a town-wide TV show, sending the entire teen and young adult populace into here. He gestured around him. To make the perfect suitors. Who wouldn't hurt his new Brianna? Something ice-cold crept down my spine. He cleared his throat. Mr. Timberman grew, let's say, obsessed with getting revenge on these specific 4 people. So he started killing them. He coughed. I'm sorry. Us. Killing us for the funny, ha-ha, look at how many times I can fuck with them bit. And then recycling us into someone completely different. Our names are gone. Then our personalities. Finally, our bodies ripped to pieces and sculpted into Brianna's exes. Sam poked me in the cheek. The cycle continues. They reset your ticker, and the town eats it up. They can bring back Esme, Ben, and Alex whenever they want, and add curveballs. Like the bad boy colleague who becomes the fan favorite, Sam's lips curved. For some fucking reason. His eyes flickered open. However, Brianna will never find a suitor because her father is a fucking sociopath. To him and the town, his dead daughter's pathetic love life is entertainment. He held out his arm. See? I tried really hard not to look through the makeup at noticeable skin grafts. I was a Ben, he said. Then I was an Alex. And then I was an extra. His eyes found mine, sad suddenly. But who I was originally is gone. All I remember is a deal to protect Josie. I gave myself up so they wouldn't take her. Your sister, I said. Sam nodded. His earlier words hit me. He was talking like Brianna Timberman was dead. But I was Brianna Timberman. I was rejected by Sam, yes, but I found Ben. As if he could read my mind, Sam shook his head. Look at yourself, he said, his voice shaking. And I mean, really look at yourself. Sam stepped closer. Because underneath all of that makeup, and the prosthetics and surgery and fucked up memories, you're just another recycled lump of flesh. He prodded my temple. Who thinks she is Brianna Timberman? His voice was slurring again, a fresh stream of scarlet seeping down his chin. Do you want to know? His eyes rolled to pearly whites. Before he could finish his sentence, Sam dropped to the ground. I remember warm arms grasping hold of me, shadows with no faces. They pricked me twice in the back of my neck, a familiar voice in my ear, almost a hiss. Jasper. You are the worst fucking Brianna. When I came to, I was standing up, somehow, at work. I am Brianna Timberman. The thought floated around my head, my memory hazy. Hello? A man was waving his hands in front of me. I asked for an iced coffee, lady. Jasper was serving another customer. Bree, wake the fuck up. They were trying to make me think I was hallucinating, which was crazy, because my fingernails were still tinted with Sam's blood. The marks he left on my wrist when he was yanking me were still there, bruised on my arm. Bree, Jasper snapped. Snap out of it, and make the dude his drink. Right. The word slipped out of my mouth. He caught my eye, winking, and Brianna Timberman internally squeaked. I half wondered what he was. Was he recycled, or an unwilling performer? Throughout the day, I was fully aware my words were not mine, like I was on autopilot. But not just that. My thoughts weren't mine either. I spent half of my shift staring at my colleagues' biceps. During my break, I went into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. I am Brianna Timberman. But even when I told myself that, my eyes were too blue. My smile was too perfect. My teeth too white. My shaking hands prodded at my face, at someone else's face. So many faces, so many skin grafts. The thought was violent, sending tremors through me. How many people was I wearing? I started to claw at my arms and legs, my face. How many fucking people had I been? I grabbed a knife and tried to slice at my face. But there was no blood. How could there be no blood? When I got home, I found my family waiting for me. Mum, Dad, and Harry, all of them beaming. "Bree!" Mum stood up, her lips stretching into a grin. My mouth was already moving, but they were not my words. "Mum!" I didn't know why she was smiling so much, until I saw Sam sitting at our dining room table. His smile was too big. His over-expensive shirt and pants did not suit him, and looked fucking gross. But somehow, my brain thought it was hot. The worst part is, I couldn't and still can't tell which Sam he was. Was he the guy who told me the horrific reality of my existence? Or was he another recycled, mindless suitor? "This is Samuel," Mum said, and Sam slowly stood. He took slow steps towards me and kissed my hand. I saw the slightest smudge of scarlet in his lips, but his eyes were blank. In the corner of my eye, my father's eyes were glittering. "Hello, Brianna," Sam said, and I swore now that I was awake. The walls were wolf whistling, laughing. Crowds cheered, cooed, whistled. My town is a blip on the map. We're so small, so insignificant. Not even a Google search will find us. I keep thinking, if I tear at my skin, I will find who I am underneath. But I'm so fucking scared. I don't bleed. I don't think who I was still exists under so many layers. But even if this is just a cry into the void, please help us. I don't want to be Brianna Timberman. My wife, Avery, went to sleep each night as a sane woman. Each morning, she woke up possessed. Welcome to my life. There was no medical diagnosis for Avery's condition. If it were up to the healthcare system, she would have been committed. In a different time, she would have been burned at the stake. Simply put, my wife was normal. But sometime after midnight, each night, she was possessed by a demon, and if not exorcised or restrained, she would run off into the night and hurt others, and herself. Her family found out the hard way. Their little girl started running around the house and attacking them every night as soon as she could walk. God-fearing Midwesterners, they took her to a priest, who exorcised her. Then again, and again. Avery was eventually given to the church, which exorcised her every morning. She saw her family during the day. She went to school. She won a state championship in fast-pitch softball. She got a degree and a job. She lived a relatively normal life every day, until Pastor Pettis put her into the special-built padded room She called her bedroom every night, and then exorcised her at 6 a.m. each morning. I met Avery at the church. I had moved into town and was burnt out on years of chasing women around bars and waking up with hangovers and STDs. I found the local United Methodist Church and set out to meet a good partner. I'll spare you the meet cute. We fell in love. She sat me down once we got serious and explained the situation. We moved into the house next to the church, so it was easy for Pastor Pettis to exorcise her each morning. It wasn't exactly easy or normal, but it was a life, and we were happy. There was no long-term solution. We did our best to look into it. We also tried to have Pastor Pettis train me to exercise, but I was never able to do it. We needed to find a new plan at some point, but we were lucky he was exceptionally young for a pastor. We weren't lucky when a drunk driver swerved on the freeway and killed Pastor Pettis. It happened late at night, so we didn't even know anything was wrong until he didn't show up at 6 a.m. to exorcise Avery. I was stuck with my ravenously possessed wife in the padded room we built in our house, listening to her slam against the walls and speak in tongues. I coached myself up. I had tried hard with Pastor Pettis to get myself to be able to exorcise her before. I thought I had been close a few times. I went into her padded room with confidence. Avery locked eyes with me as soon as I opened the door. Her entire face went impossibly wide, and she screamed at me with a pitch so high I thought it might shatter my eardrums. I pulled the cross and vial of holy water out of my jacket, and she hissed as I approached the bed, where she thankfully still lashed. She strained so hard I thought they were going to snap. I took out the holy water vial. Pastor Pettis always started out with a quick splash at Avery, catching her off guard before she could get her demonic rage to swell. The vial burst as soon as I held it near her, sending glass in my face, scratching my skin and drawing blood. I locked on to Avery's gaze. She was beyond far gone what I had ever seen her before. She screamed at me again, and the wind on her breath and the putrid smell knocked me backwards. There was no way I was going to be able to pull it off that morning, or any morning. My life entered hell. I woke up, tried to exorcise Avery, failed, then had to go about my day. Every day. I reached out to every church in the state, looking for someone who could help. A handful of priests gave it a shot. All failed. I think Avery had been so used to being exorcised by the same person. I feared Pastor Pettis was the only person who could. I also feared for Avery's health. She got weaker each time I tried. I watched her hair turn from brown to silver. Her teeth were rotted. Her breath was terrible. Even her blue eyes, which always reminded me of that line in Sweet Child O' Mine, as if they fought of rain, had faded to grey. A ray of hope broke through in the form of a phone call from a church in another state I had contacted. There was a legendary exorcist who was interested in the case. He was exceptionally private, and equally exceptionally old, and he only had enough energy for one try. He was so private, I wouldn't be told when exactly he was coming. He didn't want to fill the air of the house with nervous, anxious energy. Demons fed off that, apparently. All I knew was one night he would arrive. And then he arrived. I woke up to my doorbell just before sunrise. You could tell he had been a taller man, but he was hunched over and barely cleared me at 6 feet. He leaned on a cane and spoke with a thick accent. He immediately went into his one request to be set up upon his arrival. A strong cup of coffee, black, and a swimming pool, filled, clean. He went to Avery's room and assessed her. He wasn't sure if she was salvageable, but he would try. He and I went to the above-ground pool I had installed. He took out his Bible, and I watched him bless the entire pool for a good almost hour. Then we wheeled out Avery. I looked at her. I looked at the water in the pool. I looked at the fear on her face. I wasn't sure if it belonged to her or the demon. He could sense my hesitation. He pushed her into the pool. The horrible screams rang out immediately, followed by the burning smell. Then the smoke. I watched in agony as the water of the pool quickly turned to a putrid yellow, and the liquid swirled. My instincts kicked in. I rushed for the pool. The man held me back with a strength that seemed impossible for his size and age. He held me an arm away from her. Just before Avery burst up out of the water, her mouth wide open, her eyes wide and burning red. She got the jump on me before I could react. She grabbed me by the back of the head and stuck her face right into mine. Those red eyes paralyzed me, and she pulled my mouth open. I felt the man grab me from behind and start to yank me away. He couldn't, before she smashed a rough kiss into me. No, it wasn't a kiss. I felt her teeth chomp down on my tongue. I felt my tongue get ripped to shreds before I fell backward and away from her. I felt my tongue in pieces in my mouth when I hit the ground. The coppery taste of blood dominated my mouth. I could hear the man screaming out the type of religious commands at the pool and Avery that you would expect. I gathered myself and watched as the man threw his hands at the pool. The water and the sound and the smell and the smoke swelled. Then it died. The night was still. The only sounds I could hear were crickets in the distance, and the man desperately trying to catch his breath. He looked like he might collapse, but he held strong, and he was able to get out a few words, so quick and so accented I could barely understand, but I recognized them, and they were the sweetest words I had ever heard. Go to her. She is clear. I got to my feet, my mouth raging with pain, but it all went away when I got to the pool and I saw Avery, her head and shoulders above the murky waterline. The life had returned to her face. It was truly her for the first time in quite some time. The man said she was clear. He left as the sun rose, without ever even giving me his name. I still had a deep fear that it would come back, but it didn't. Avery and I finally had a real, true life together. Then, we didn't. I woke up in the middle of the night. Something in the air put me on edge immediately. I was walking out the bedroom door when I saw Avery, standing in the corner of the room. a blank expression on her face, her entire presence hollow. She didn't show any rage, but I could tell it was growing inside of her. She started to shake and sob. "I'm sorry. It's coming back. I can tell I don't have much longer." Avery choked out the words. "I'm going to go. I'm going to see if I can fix this. I can sense myself wanting to hurt you," she said. One more blubbering plea from me started. It was answered by a high-pitched, hideous scream from Avery, then her yelling with a deep and menacing voice, "Do you want me to bite your tongue off again?" She hurried out the house with nothing but the nightgown she was wearing. No phone, no luggage, no shutting the door on her way out. She was gone, like a ghost in the night. She left me with one thing, which even all this time later still puts a pain in my gut when I think about it. A few days later, I was emptying the trash can in the bathroom when I saw something curious. A pregnancy test. A positive pregnancy test. Years have gone by. I have stayed alone. I've always imagined Avery would return one day. I picture that scene in Forrest Gump when Jenny appears outside his house in the night and comes back to him. It's never happened. What has happened is I recently saw something online which gave me hope. It was a Reddit thread in an occult sub. It was a man, desperate. His wife, who had been normal and functioning, suddenly had become possessed. It started slow, and she would be bad in the morning. He could help her, but then she got bad again, every day. Then I saw the worst thing anyone on Reddit can see when they see a thread which gives them hope. The account which posted the thread was deleted. I was ready to let it go, assume that Avery had some happiness, and then spiraled into darkness which would be impossible for her to run from forever. Then, one of the replies from the original poster plunged me right back into sadness and want again. The deleted original poster mentioned they had a daughter who was also trying to solve the problem. He said she was trying to dig into her mum's past, but had come up empty-handed so far. I now had hope again. I'm putting this out there specifically in hopes that she will see it. I want Avery and my daughter back. Ever since I was a young boy, I would wake up in the morning with my furniture arranged differently than when I went to sleep. Sometimes it was small, like my lamp in the wrong place or my shoe rack being tipped over. Other days I'd wake up and the bed would be in the wrong spot, the dresser on the wrong wall, my deck in front of the door. In the beginning it wasn't in a messy fashion. It seemed like a perfectly normal way to arrange my bedroom, just in a different way than I preferred. I have a very early memory from around 5 years old of my mum yelling at me for moving around all my furniture in the night. I swore up and down that it wasn't me. She seemed conflicted when she was yelling at me. I wasn't a troublemaker. She knew it wasn't something I would do. But looking back now, I think she was just scared of the thought of it not being me. After a couple of hours, I convinced my mum that it wasn't me. After all, I was a small kid. I don't think I could have physically moved it on my own. Next to blame was my older brother. He was 11 at the time, so it still would have been hard for him to move my stuff, but not impossible. My brother liked to mess with me. No more than any normal brother, but never any over-the-top pranks. Mostly just because he was lazy, though. No way he'd lose sleep over something so weird, like moving my furniture every night. After my brother denied it, and adding on that he stayed at his friend's house for sleepovers, often gave him an alibi. My mum attempted to blame my dad next, but, of course, that comment was not taken lightly, and ended with my parents just pointing fingers at each other. My mum spent that night with me in bed. She tried her best to explain why she was sleeping with me, without making it sound scary, but I could tell she was scared. I wasn't scared at all, because it felt normal. I see now as an adult why she was freaked out. The night felt normal. If anything, it was a fun night, like a big sleepover. My first sleepover, even. We woke up the next morning, and my mum gasped and gripped the sheets. Wait, how did this happen? I was right here. My mum looked around the room. It was pretty easy to do so, given that the bed was right in the center of the room. This hadn't happened before. It was always in a normal spot against the wall. It was like the room was showing off that it could put the bed in the middle of the room, without us waking up. My mother always claimed to be a notoriously light sleeper. She said how she can't fully turn her brain off, in case we need her in the night. But she always seemed to sleep deeply to me. The rest of the day, she kept insisting that someone was sleepwalking or something. She didn't think anyone was playing a prank, but she knew someone in the house was doing it. She had to believe it. My parents ordered a Serenity camera online to put in my room, so they could watch the footage the next morning. They got next day delivery, so I'd have to go one more night without them being able to watch me sleep. That night, they decided to let me sleep in their bed. I was even more excited than the night before. Now this was really a sleepover. Mum tucked me in tightly in between her and my dad. I remember. She held me all night long. I woke up the next morning to my mum sounding terrified. My parents' bed wasn't even in their bedroom anymore. It was sitting in the living room, right outside my parents' bedroom. My dad sat up and started to get as concerned as my mum. How did our bed get out here? He whispered with a stutter. It can't even fit through the door frame. Was it taken apart and put back together out here? He hopped out of bed and picked me up into his arms in the process. We all stared at it, confused. Even as a young boy, I knew something was really wrong. My dad started to take the bed apart to bring it back into their bedroom, and noticed that the screws were loose. Some were even missing, like it was put back together in a rush. I remember my parents being on the phone with, I think, the police, but they never showed up. I remember my mum being upset on the phone when they wouldn't help us at all. That night, my dad installed a camera into the corner of my bedroom. My mum once again slept next to me. The camera they got was basically like a baby monitor that recorded the night. My dad had the monitor beside his bed to be an extra set of eyes. The night came and went. My mum and I woke up with my room yet again rearranged. She looked up at the camera to see that it was destroyed. All video from the night was destroyed as well. This was right around the time when baby monitors could record to an iPhone, and you could watch the video the next morning. But everything about the video was corrupted. My family went to the police station that night, insisting that someone was in our house. The cops wrote down a statement, but that's all that came of it. My parents for the next couple of years kept trying to figure out what was going on, trying different solutions to find out how this was happening, only to find dead ends over and over again. My mum started to believe the house was haunted, and after a couple of years, my dad believed her. This was the main reason for our move when I was 8. I was so excited to be done with whatever was going on. At this point, the sleepovers weren't cute. I wanted my own space. My parents didn't let me go to summer camp or stay at a friend's house like my brother did. I was sick of it. It was night 1 in the new place. It was only about 30 minutes from our old house. Not too big of a change, but just enough that I was excited. My parents felt so good about the new place that they let me sleep in my own bed. I remember they told me at dinner, while we ate McDonald's over a makeshift table made of cardboard boxes. I jumped up and down and hugged them both. That night, I got tucked in and my mum was hesitant to leave me in my own bed. She seemed worried, but knew I needed this. My room didn't have much in it. Just my bed, dresser, and a few boxes with my clothes in them. I remember falling asleep that night and thinking how creaky the new house was. But I didn't mind. I was hopeful. I woke up the next morning before my mum and dad. I didn't have curtains yet, so the sunrise woke me. I sat up and stretched. I rubbed my eyes to wake myself up, and I immediately felt a knot in my throat. The furniture was moved. At that moment, I made a decision. I knew if my mum saw this, I'd be stuck sleeping next to her for my whole life. My little imagination took over, and I thought about coming home from my job one day as a grown man wearing a suit, and my mum still tucking me into bed. I sprung up quickly, moved everything back to where it came from. Luckily, nothing was too heavy for me to move. Just as I got everything back into place, I heard my mum's footsteps. I jumped into bed and pretended to be sleeping. She cracked the door and let out a sigh of relief before shutting it. How I wish I could go back in time and tell my mum the truth. I spent the next month doing this same routine. My mum always woke up at 7:30 to check on me, so I'd always get up at 7 and fix everything. It was exhausting, but worth it. My mum was warming up to the idea of me going to summer camp, so I was motivated. My mum got comfortable enough to send me to camp. It was only a one-night camp that year, which was fine. she needed to take baby steps. I didn't think anything would happen, honestly. But when we woke up in the morning, every single bunk bed was outside. All 20 of them. 30 kids and 10 adults. All waking up feeling confused and disoriented. Some bunk beds even on their sides, being tipped over. Of course, the camp counselors were confused. I knew what I had to do. I gaslit all the adults into believing it was the plan of the troubled kid, Eddie. I made up a whole story about how he convinced a few other kids to do it in the night. I didn't think it was believable, but I was so convincing that everyone believed me. The camp counselors wanted to inform all the parents when they came to pick us up what had happened. Of course, it was a violation and needed to be explained to all the parents what happened. Luckily, I got out of it. I went to the camp with a school friend and his mum picked us up. His mum believed me when I said I'd tell my mum myself. As the years passed by, I realized no matter where I slept, this would happen to me. I turned it into a sleepover trick. I'll tell my friends to come over, and sure enough it would happen. I'd even sleep at their houses and it would happen. Whenever I was trying to show off the trick, the room would be in even worse condition than a normal night. I felt like I had a superpower. The years went by and it just became my life. It was like brushing my teeth in the morning. Now and then I'd forget to fix everything in the morning and my mum would check on me. It only happened a few times, but each time I saw fear in her eyes. I always just said that I moved the stuff around the night before, because I was bored of the layout. I could only use that lie so many times though. One time in high school I was very sick. I was having a hard time getting up in the morning to move everything back, and I didn't do it for a couple of mornings. My mum was getting nervous, and I knew I had to get up before her to move it the next day. My mum came into my bedroom to say goodnight and let me know she'd be gone in the early morning, but would say hi as soon as she got home at around noon. This was music to my ears. I could sleep in and not worry about moving everything before she could barge in. The morning came and I got to sleep until about 11 o'clock. I couldn't believe how much better I was feeling. I knew I should have probably started to move my furniture and be proactive. But, of course, that's not what I did. I could hear my brother in his room next door playing video games, so I went to go see what he was playing. Him being a brother, he wasn't letting me play with him, so I instead stood by his bed for way too long and annoyed him. I lost track of time and heard the garage door open. My heart sank. I ran back into my room and tried to move everything back into place. Luckily, throughout the years, I convinced my parents to get me lighter furniture. They never caught on, and it made my life so much easier. Everything got replaced except for my dresser, which was a family heirloom. It wasn't all that big, but this day it felt heavy. I knew I was weak from being sick, but I couldn't believe how heavy it was. It was the last thing to move, but it just wouldn't budge. I frantically ran to my brother and told him I needed help moving the dresser. He leaped out of bed to run to my room. With most things, he doesn't care to help me, but I was always honest with my brother that the furniture thing never stopped. He knew that if our mum knew, our whole house would be a living hell and she might even make us move again. He always had my back when it came to my supernatural furniture. Instead of going back into my room, I went downstairs to distract my mum. I knew she'd be mad to see me out of bed, but the consequences of my furniture being out of place would be so much worse. My socks slid across the hardwood floor, and I reached the kitchen just as she was opening the door. Her happy humming was immediately interrupted when she made eye contact with me. She set a grocery bag on the counter and got out some soup she just bought at the store. I thought she was going to yell at me, but I wasn't going to question it. I figured she was being patient with me since I was sick. Just as she got out a box of popsicles, I heard an awful sound. One that I will never forget. A sound that is completely my fault. I heard my brother scream. It was a loud scream, but short, like something interrupted it. It sounded like he stubbed his toe and then covered his mouth halfway through. My mum and I made eye contact. I started to head upstairs to check on him. It was too loud to be something small. We turned the corner into my room, and I didn't know what to feel. I saw my dresser, still not in its normal spot, but just slightly moved from where I left it. The dresser had a big drawer on the front that opened up like a door or a cabinet, and it was wide open and empty. But most importantly, my brother was gone. An hour went by, and my brother was nowhere to be found. The doors to the house seemed to all be locked. Same with the windows. We ended up filing a missing persons report. A whole week went by, and there was no sign of him. My mum thought my brother was in the middle of moving my furniture to prank me or something, and got spooked and ran off. I didn't have the heart to tell her or anyone that I felt like this was my fault. I thought that maybe whatever was moving my stuff wanted just me to move it or something. After that awful week, we found something to make it so much worse. My dad was in my room with me and trying to ask more questions about our last interaction. A lot of people asked me this since I was the last person to see my brother. As I explained it to him for the 100th time, he was randomly looking at the dresser and opened up the big door we originally found wide open. It had a note taped to the inside. Before my dad took it, he nervously looked at me, asking if it was mine, but he very well already knew the answer. We called my mum into the room before we read it. The following is an exact quote from the note. I see our little game of hide and seek did not end like I imagined. Your brother is not who I intended to find me, but he will have to do for now. We had no clue what the note meant, but that didn't stop it from sending shivers down my spine. At the very least, now we knew someone had taken my brother. We thought the cops would do more to help now that we had a note. While they did do a little more to help us find him, they never found anything else. I never saw my brother again. Last year, I moved out of my parents' house. The decision was completely based on me not wanting to move my furniture around every morning. I couldn't imagine a world where I could leave my furniture as is and just sleep in without the worry of my mum seeing it. That being said, I moved out as soon as I could afford it. I moved in with my best friend, and we shared an apartment. He knew about my little party trick, and was never too freaked out by it. Although, part of me was worried that once he saw it was legit, he would be scared. The first morning I woke up and the room was a mess. Everything was in the wrong place, just as usual. Although, I didn't think there would even be a usual for how my room looked anymore. I was sick of fixing it. It was going to look however it wanted to look. After a couple of days of just letting my furniture do whatever, I noticed how it was being arranged was more and more chaotic, messier. Like the furniture was mad that I wasn't putting it all back. I started straightening things, but nothing too wild. I'd just leave the big stuff. I mean, my roommate was weirded out, but he didn't care at first. One morning, about 2 weeks into living at the new place, I woke up with my bed on our deck outside. I knew it was going to start getting out of hand. The whole reason for me moving out was to not have to move my furniture around like crazy. I was so mad I couldn't just leave the furniture as it was. For some reason, it had to be put back to its normal spot. I let it go one more morning. I wanted to see what would happen if I left it just once more. I woke up the next day in the middle of the woods, with no clue where I was. It reminded me of when I was a kid, and it happened with the bunk beds, but this was so much worse. It was relatively easy to find my way back, but just a long walk. In all, it took me about 2 hours to get home, not to mention having to figure out how to get my bed back home. When I eventually got back, my roommate had a chat with me. He said how he never really thought the weird furniture thing was real, and thought it was a very elaborate joke. And now that he lived with me, it was affecting his mental health. He felt paranoid and really tired, and wanted me to move out. I was obviously bummed out, but knew it was for the best. I tried to tell him I'd start moving the furniture back every morning, and it would all be okay, but that didn't seem to help him feel better. I called my parents to tell them I was coming back home. They seemed excited to have me come home. They seemed very cheerful, actually. When I asked them what was making them so happy, they said they felt better than they had in years, and felt so well rested. It felt nice to hear them happy for what felt like the first time since my brother went missing. I had most of my stuff packed up, and was ready to move in just a couple of days. We both knew this whole moving thing might cause problems with our friendship, so we wanted to do something fun before I moved out. We did a spontaneous week-long road trip. The morning I left, I didn't move any of the furniture back. It didn't seem necessary. I noticed something strange about the road trip. At no point in the trip did my furniture move. It was the first time since I can remember I woke up with everything looking the same. I thought maybe I found some kind of weird hack. We got back from an amazing trip feeling closer than ever, feeling thankful that we did it. I walked into my room. and saw everything just as I remembered leaving it the day before we left for our trip. Everything, except for my dresser, with the front facing down, right in the middle of the room. I went over to the front of it to try and lift it into place, but it felt heavy. I immediately felt the memories of the day my brother went missing flash back into my head. This thing being heavy is bad news. I wasn't sure why, but I knew I didn't like it. I called my roommate in to help me move it. At first, he was hesitant. He didn't want anything to do with my furniture. Finally, I convinced him to just help me lift it up quickly. As we pushed it back up to the wall, the body of a man came falling out. He was dead and limp. Claw marks filled the inside of my dresser. It looked like it fell over while he was hiding in it. It most likely happened at the beginning of our trip, and he couldn't get out. He was in the same spot where I found that ominous note a little while back. He also had a gas tank that had a sleeping aid in it that was connected to one of those things that would go over your mouth and nose before surgery or something. He looked malnourished and sickly. This man was my ghost for the last 15 years, moving my furniture around, thinking it was some kind of fun game or something. This was the man who took my brother. This was the man who gave a sleeping aid to me and everyone else I lived with, so he could move my furniture around for me. This was the man who took away countless sleepovers from my childhood. This was the man who stole my mother's peace of mind, my whole childhood, so I could have some sick game every morning. They never found out who he was. They couldn't find anyone that matched his fingerprints or dental records or anything at all. It's like he never even existed. Most of all, they never found my brother. They never found out how the man got in and out of my house, if he even left, or how he was always around, no matter where I slept. They never figured out how he managed to sneak around my living space for so long and not be seen. That was last year. And after that day, my furniture never moved again. I have always preferred living alone. No wife, no roommates, and most importantly, no kids. I wanted a cat or dog, but still hadn't gotten over the death of my last one. That all changed one day when I was taking an evening walk and, in a dark alleyway, I saw a crying child. I looked around, hoping this wasn't some kind of trap, and finally approached her. "Hey there, kiddo. What's the matter?" She stopped crying and looked up at me. I don't know what to do. I don't want to go home. They're all mean to me, but I'm scared and hungry. I offered to take her across the street to the gas station to get a sandwich, to which she stopped crying and silently joined my side, still sobbing and scared. After getting a sandwich that she enthusiastically devoured, I took her to the police station She said her name was Lilith. She was 10 years old and, upon research, the state had no records of her parents or past. They wanted to put her in an orphanage, but she clenched to my side.
No, I want to stay with him. He fed me, and he was nice to me.
This poor girl acts like she never knew an act of kindness a day in her life. I didn't know how to take care of a child, but something akin to guilt came washing over me. The next day consisted of getting inspected, and ultimately being deemed parent certified when they found out I had a good work-from-home job. Lilith, who I now call Lily, took to the house immediately. She liked looking in the fish tank of my aquarium. She was excited to have her own bedroom, and she loved running out in the yard. One thing about her I noticed is that the girl eats like there is no tomorrow. Oddly enough, she wasn't skin and bones when I met her, but she doesn't even have a trace of fat you would expect most kids her age to have. She looked like a mini adult. After eating 3 sandwiches and a bowl of ramen, she went to take a nap. I still haven't totally adjusted to having another living being other than fish and plants in the house. But she brought nice energy, and her always being hungry reminded me to eat something myself. I made a note to do something soon, otherwise she was going to bankrupt my grocery bill. I decided to take her out on a walk around the park area, hoping she would get tired and sleep easy tonight. To this day, I regret doing this. On the walking path, a deer walked in front of us.
What is that?
Have you not seen a deer before?
Is it edible?
Yes, actually, though I don't eat them. Lily then walked up, even though I told her it might be dangerous. I then watched in horror as she transformed into something not human. A horizontal line formed on her stomach that opened to a large mouth filled with rows and rows of razor-sharp teeth. Black corvid-like wings protruded from her back, and a dark circle dripping some kind of black ooze formed over her head. A large tongue, like the tentacle of a squid, wrapped around the deer and pulled it in. Blood splattered, and bone crushed as she chowed on the deer like it was a candy bar. Then, like nothing happened, she turned back into her human form.
That was delicious,
I heard her say, having no reaction myself except trying not to faint from the gruesome horror I had witnessed.
We should go home, Dad. You don't look so good.
From that point on, I was afraid. Feeding her felt more like I was making an offering to a malevolent deity. And one night, I woke up at 3 a.m., to which my blood ran cold when I saw her at the foot of my bed.
Dad, I'm hungry.
I got up and made her 2 ham sandwiches. To avoid losing all my food in 3 days and keeping my bill down, I had to resort to more drastic measures. We would go on walks in the woods, where we would go deer hunting, and I would let her eat her fill before returning home. On days when we couldn't find deer, I would take her to the rancher when I knew the farmer wasn't home, and let her eat a whole cow. With the mess that got left behind, they always rule it up to an animal attack. The thing that got me the most is that when she's not acting like a voracious monster, she was the happiest little girl in the world. She loved having her hair brushed, making daisy chains, and I even bought a Switch so we could play Super Smash Bros. Together. I really enjoyed having her around. Maybe because I was too lonely before. One evening, we went on a night walk in town, and we were stopped on the sidewalk. One man was in front of us with a crowbar.
Well, well, look at that.
He then had an accomplice with a switchblade behind us.
Make this easy on yourself, pal, and leave the girl.
I was once again afraid, not just of the men, but of something happening to Lily. I didn't notice when one of the men walked up to me and whacked my knee with a crowbar.
Dad!
I heard Lily yell as blood rang through my ears and pain shot through my knee. He grabbed her by the arm, and she transformed.
What the hell?
I heard the man yell as she coiled her tongue around his leg and dragged him into her maw, like he was livestock. His friend tried to run for it, but she devoured him as well. His screams must have lit up the silent night ambience. But I was in too much pain. My world was spinning, my hearing was muffled, and my vision was blurring. Finally, I came out of it long enough to pull my phone out of my pocket and call an ambulance. Sweetie, if the cops ask you what happened, or anyone asks, I was hit by a speeding car. She nodded, and moments later the ambulance arrived to take me to the hospital. After getting a cast and some crutches, I was allowed to return home. I'm glad my job was working from home, so I didn't have to worry about a babysitter. And I was going to homeschool her when the season started. I told her never to transform in front of other people, and to never eat another human being again. She agreed to all of it. One night, I walked outside and saw her staring at the sky. Hey, Sweet Pea, what are you looking at?
What are those lights in the sky?
Those are stars, sweetie.
They look delicious. I hope one day I can go up there and eat every last star.
I know you will one day, sweetie. I'm still terrified of her. And yeah, I know I live with a monster. But when you love someone, you look past the flaws. She gave me something to work hard for, and I love her. And she loves me. I think. Or at least, I hope. I don't know if there is like a specific format to these posts or something, but I'm just going to get straight into it. I'm posting this because, I don't know, maybe someone knows more about this. Maybe someone can help me figure out what happened to me and my best friend in the Holly Hills Mall parking garage. My name is Ethan, and my friend Aaron and I have a bit of a niche hobby. We're urban explorers. Basically, for the uninitiated, that just means we like to explore abandoned man-made structures. My favorites have always been places like water parks and theme parks. Aaron is more into the spooky stuff like hospitals and such. We can freak ourselves out at times, but for the most part, we never believed in anything other than the corporeal. We've been doing this in our free time for around 10 years now, so we are pretty experienced. We know what to bring, how to avoid getting caught by the police or security, and when to get the fuck out of a place. Recently, we went to go visit my brother for a few days in Virginia. He just had a new baby and I wasn't able to make it down for the birth. So, I was making up for it a few months later. He lives in a small town called Holly Hills, about 30 minutes or so out from Richmond. It was a pretty boring place, but my brother tipped us onto a cool spot to check out near town. An old abandoned mall, simply named the Holly Hills Mall. It was built in the early 80s by some wealthy lumber family that wanted to bring more people to the town. Houses need lumber, and that means more money for them. As you can guess, it didn't really work out. The mall was operational for about 7 years before it shut down in 1987. I know none of this is really important, but this helps me get my thoughts in order. And honestly, the history of those structures is part of the allure for me. Anyway, we decided it would be fun and planned a trip on the last day in town, on the way to the airport for a late flight. We woke up bright and early, packed our bags and supplies into the rental car, and said our goodbyes to my brother, his wife, and their kids. The mall sat right on the edge of town. I thought this was odd, seeing as how they usually build that kind of thing central to town for ease of access, but I didn't think much of it. The mall was surrounded by pretty heavy brush and trees, as well as a tall chain-link fence. The entrance was blocked off by a typical dilapidated gate, held closed by a simple chain and padlock. Aaron pulled up to the gate, and I hopped out to apprise the situation. Oddly, the padlock wasn't even locked. Unusual, but not unseen. Sometimes people just stop giving a shit about these old places, and don't even check on them anymore. Honestly, it makes us a bit more relaxed in these situations, because it usually means no security. I opened the gate, and Aaron pulled the car through. The building wasn't the biggest mall we've seen, but it was bigger than we expected. We drove through the deserted parking lot and pulled the car up to the first entrance we saw. We grabbed our supplies and entered the building. The mall exploration itself was pretty uneventful. It was cool to see all of the ads and architecture that seemed frozen in time, like we stepped back into a stale, post-apocalyptic version of the 80s. There was a pretty massive hole in the ceiling where the skylight had given way to snow or the elements or something. The tree that sat in the center of the courtyard had grown massive and was protruding out of the hole in the ceiling. Aaron does these explorations for the fun of it, but I am a bit of an amateur photographer, so I do it for the photos mostly. I snapped a bunch of what I think would have been amazing photos, but unfortunately I lost the camera. Well, I didn't lose it, per se. I know exactly where it is. But we'll get to that. During the mall exploration, I did have a feeling that we were being watched. Distant sounds of glass crunching underfoot, Or a figure just out of the corner of my eye that disappears right when you look in its direction. But I knew this was just my mind playing tricks on me. There were no signs of security, and no real reason that, even if the cops knew someone was in the building, they would even care to come check. At least, that was my thoughts on it. So I ignored it. We hung out in the food court for a bit, ate some sandwiches we packed for lunch, and then decided to make our way to the car. We got to the car, loaded up, and headed out. But on our way to the exit, we noticed a parking garage. It was a 5-story garage from the looks of it, and though usually uninteresting, for some reason, Aaron wanted to check it out. We spent less time in the mall than we thought we would, so I figured, what the hell? We had the time. We entered the garage on the first floor, marked as floor 0. We drove up to floor 4, did some donuts, and Aaron tried his best to reenact Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift on the way down. I was clenching the entire time, of course, because I didn't want to die. But, also, it was a rental car. We didn't have the money to pay for damage done by joyriding in an abandoned mall parking garage. We got back to floor 0, had a laugh, and started toward the exit. Until we noticed the ramp, heading down to a lower floor. Aaron pointed out how odd it was that there was a huge parking lot, plus a parking garage with 5 floors above ground, and seemingly subfloors below ground, for a fairly small mall in a small town. So, we thought, we'd make one more detour to see what was down there. Obviously, we were expecting either darkness or water. And we found the first option. Darkness. Aaron turned on the brights and we drove around and found nothing. As expected. What we didn't expect was to see another ramp down to another subfloor. So, of course, we decided to make a game of it. We both guessed how many subfloors this garage had. And Aaron headed down the ramp. I had guessed too, so this next floor should be the bottom. He said 5. He was being stupid. But imagine our surprise when there was yet another subfloor. We both laughed in disbelief when we came around the corner to the 4th subfloor to see a ramp down to the 5th. This is a 10-floor parking garage, including floor 0, for this mid-sized mall in this tiny town. What were they thinking? They really overestimated the draw that this place was going to have. Curiously, we headed down to subfloor 5. At this point it was dark. Like, super dark. There was no other light from anywhere other than our headlights. We rounded the corner and were in silent awe to see yet another ramp going down. We both looked at each other, and I think one or both of us said, "What the fuck?" Without further discussion, Aaron steered the car down the ramp to the next floor. For the next 6 floors, we drove on in awe and confusion. We were now 11 floors underground. It didn't make sense. Aaron started coming up with theories, getting excited that maybe we'd found the entrance to a secret government base or a sprawling underground doomsday bunker. But he stopped mid-sentence when we both saw something we weren't expecting. A car. It was parked in a spot with its headlights on, As we pulled closer, I decided to roll down the window to see if I could hear anything. Immediately, the unexpected cold from the parking garage filled the car. It was mid-May at the time, and was a fairly warm day, so the cold felt out of place. But we were underground, so I choked it up to that. I could hear the sound of our tires against the pavement, and the hum of our car's engine. As we pulled up next to the parked car, I could hear that it, too, was running. The car itself looked like it was an older make, something from the 70s or 80s. Inside, it was seemingly empty. I suggested aloud that perhaps the car belonged to the owner of the property, or a security guard who was doing his rounds, and that he might be back at any minute. But Aaron pointed out the car was covered in a thick coat of dust, like it had been there for a very long time. But it was running. I figured it just needed a wash. Aaron did what he does best, and convinced me to get out of the car and investigate further. Only after a bunch of protest and suggestions that we just head out. But he persisted. I exited and carefully made my way around the car, looking inside for any sign of life. But inside, there was nothing but leather car interior, except for the passenger seat, where a satchel sat, with a thermos resting on top. The keys were in the car, and the radio hummed softly with static. Oddly, everything inside the car also seemed to be covered in dust. Aaron urged me to open the door, and I decided to give it a try, but of course it was locked. I looked around the lot, only being able to see the door to the stairs and the elevators next to it, illuminated by the headlights of the two cars. I hurried back to our car, closed the door, and rolled up the windows. I urged once again for us to make our leave. If there was a security guard lurking around, I didn't want to have to deal with that, especially before our flight in a few hours. Again, Aaron protested. He had to know how many floors this thing had. I can't say I wasn't curious as well. So, we left subfloor 11 and headed further down into the depths of the structure. We continued on in silence for 12 more floors before I spoke up. This was fucked. It didn't make any sense, and at this point, it just felt wrong. Dangerous. I was in the middle of expressing this to Aaron when I noticed he had stopped the car and was staring silently ahead. I looked and was astonished to see a horse. A fucking horse. Just standing there. It had the thing around its nose, the reins or whatever, and it was just standing there. After a moment of staring in confusion, Aaron said something like, "Is that a horse?" And I replied with some sort of grunt of confirmation. The horse finally turned in our direction, and I'm pretty sure I screamed when I saw the skin hanging off of the side of the horse's face. His skull exposed beneath. It was then I saw the blood on the floor, a large streak going from beneath the horse's hooves off into the darkness. I didn't want to know anymore. I wanted to get the fuck out of there, and I told Aaron as much. Aaron, against his and my better judgment, wanted to go on. He wanted to know what all of this was. But this time, I didn't let up. I was louder and more insistent than I've probably ever been with him, and he could see that, I think. So he agreed, and threw the car into reverse. We backed up and started back up toward the ground floor. At this point, I decided to try my phone. I had figured I wouldn't get any signal underground, and I was right. But I tried it anyway. Nothing. Again, we drove in silence for a few floors. Aaron finally broke the silence to apologize, but I stopped him short. The floors were numbered. Ever since we started heading down, they were each numbered B1, B2, B3, etc. We were on B23 when we turned around and headed back up. But the sign I was staring at in that moment said B26, 3 floors lower than when we started heading back up. I thought someone was fucking with us, but it was all too elaborate of a prank. Still, it was impossible. There was no way we were traveling further down by driving up the ramps. It was physically impossible. But there we were. Floor B26. Aaron was just as confused as me, obviously. He got out of the car, unannounced, and walked over to the sign on the wall. He grabbed it and began to shake it, then stopped and stared, clearly trying to figure it all out. I rolled down my window and called for him to get back in the car. This was followed by another voice, repeating my words. Not mine, not Aaron's. He froze in place as the voice whispered loudly from the darkness.
Get back in the car.
Aaron did just that. He closed and locked the doors, and rolled up the windows. We agreed that we needed to get the fuck out of there. This wasn't fun or adventurous anymore, but we didn't know what to do. We thought we were getting out of there. I remember that we headed back up on B23, and we decided that we should just keep going up. If the numbers keep rising, we should hit ground level by B46. It didn't make any sense, but it was the best we had. We continued driving back up. Aaron was a bit quicker than before, and just as we thought, the numbers kept rising, which seemingly meant we were descending, but we held out hope that it was just some weird fluke. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe we didn't see those signs on the way down. We travelled in silence again, all the way to floor B35. But it was an uneasy silence. We were afraid at every turn at what we might see. But there was nothing, mostly. There were a few floors with things that I did notice, some of them subtle, others glaring. Aaron was focused on driving and didn't seem interested in any of the strangeness we encountered on those floors for the most part. On one floor, I swear I saw a long dining room table with 2 figures sitting at either end, illuminated for only a few seconds by our headlights. Another floor seemingly had a cot in each parking space. They looked to each be occupied by a body, alive or dead. I don't know. One of the strangest, that even caused Aaron to stop the car for a moment, was a floor that didn't seem like a parking garage floor at all. It looked like we had pulled into a forest clearing. The pillars of the garage, now tree trunks, though the concrete ceiling was still visible above. There were plants, grass, bushes and a pathway leading to what looked like a small cabin in the distance. The window glowed as if there was someone home, and smoke seemingly billowed out of the chimney. The curiosity overcame my fear, and I rolled down the window. The sound of crickets, cicadas, and a cool spring breeze filled the car. Aaron and I looked at each other for a moment, before Aaron blurted out, "Nah, fuck that," and continued on up the ramp. Finally, after what seemed longer than it should have, we reached the floor B46. Nothing. I started to cry. It was too much. The realization that we were lost, underground, without any way out, was starting to make me feel trapped. We were trapped. It was like I could suddenly feel the weight of every floor above us, on me, all at once. Aaron kept his cool. He tried to console me. He tried to offer explanations. But there was no explanation. We were in the labyrinth of a parking garage. Aaron started driving with purpose. He turned around and started down again. B47, B48, B49. He stopped the car, turned around again, and started driving back up the ramps. B50, B51, B52. He started to scream. Anger, frustration, confusion, all overflowing into a furious scream. Then, in a deafening echo, his scream reverberated around us, outside of the car, within the parking garage floor. The windows rattled, the car shook, and then shut off. We were now in pitch blackness. The interior of the car was only illuminated by my cell phone, which I had plugged in and had been charging. I picked up the phone and turned on the flashlight. Aaron was desperately trying to start the car, but there was nothing, not even a click. Then he screamed again, this time in alarm. In front of us, in the darkness, were two large eyes staring right at us. I have to express that when I say huge, they were massive, each seemingly the size of the wall. They felt almost flat and unnaturally still, but you could feel the consciousness behind them. Something was staring right at us. The whites were snow white, and the irises were an icy cold blue. The pupils were dilated and pitch black. I said fuck at least 15 times in a row, and Aaron slammed his fists on the steering wheel, over and over. A voice, seemingly inside the car, whispered again,
"Get back in the car."
Aaron's percussive maintenance seemed to have worked, because the car started back up, without him even turning the key. Whatever was down here seemed to want us to leave, and we wanted to leave too, but we didn't know how. Aaron put the car in reverse and spun it around. I could still see the eyes in the mirror. He sped up the ramp, totally disregarding the numbers. He drove a good 6 or 7 floors before I noticed something standing out in the darkness. Each floor now had a dim light. I was able to calm Aaron down enough to listen to me, and I pointed it out. He stopped on the next floor to see the light in the distance. It was a door. The door to the stairs is illuminated by an emergency light above it. It was our only chance. It was our last option. He drove over and parked the car in front of the stairwell door, illuminating it fully with the headlights of the car. We both bolted out of the car. Aaron flung open the door, and we started running up the stairs. After the first flight, we saw the number on the stairs be 57. We were ascending. I started to tear up in excitement. We continued on, faster than before. For 20 floors, we basically ran, energized by the fact that the numbers were going down, which meant we were going up. Around B30, we started to slow down pretty significantly. We were still making our way up, but we were tired. It was then that I looked back for the first time. The stairwell above us was lit on each floor, but as we made our way up to the next floor, the lights on the previous were turning off. Turning back to head up the stairs, I ran into Aaron, who had stopped in front of me. He was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. I looked at what had stopped him. It was a person. A figure, huddled in the corner at the top of the stairs. They sat with their head buried into the knees, shaking. Their clothes seemed faded, old and dusty. Maybe a homeless person that had gotten lost. Maybe the driver of the vehicle. I called out gently to the stranger, something along the lines of, "Hello, are you okay? Do you need help?" Aaron scoffed. He said we needed help. Screw this guy. He started up the stairs, but when he got near the top, he hugged the rail, facing the figure the entire time. Slowly, he rounded the corner and called me forward. The stranger didn't move. They just sat there, shaking, arms wrapped around their legs, face hidden. They were mumbling something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I followed Aaron's lead and carefully passed the person. Same as before. No reaction. We moved on, leaving the figure behind. Aaron led as before, and when I made it to the top of the next flight of stairs, I looked back down, startled to see the gaunt face of a man, his cheeks sunken in, his face pale and old, his eyes a piercing pale blue, staring at me, silent, unnaturally still. I didn't say anything. I slowly walked up and rounded the corner. He stared at me the whole time. Again, I ran into Aaron, who was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. It was a figure. It looked like the same stranger. I looked down at him on the previous floor, staring at me, and the next floor, face buried in his knees. We traded looks of what the fuck. But Aaron said, "Just ignore it and keep going. We're too close." So we did. Every floor after that, he was there, hiding his face as we approached, staring at us as we left. It was unexplainable. But so was everything else so far. We made our way up, finally reaching B1. This time, there was no man in the corner. I looked back to the previous top step, and he wasn't there either. I felt like this was a good sign for some reason. We made our way up to floor 0, and were relieved to see light, shining through the cracks of the door. Aaron stopped for only a moment and pushed through the door. He began to laugh. I followed him through, but the cold of the parking garage was back. There, before us, were the bright headlights of a car. Our car, where we left it on floor B58. I had no words. Aaron walked back into the stairwell and fell to the floor, distraught and broken. I told him we can just keep going. We could keep going up. But he wouldn't move. He was tired and defeated. His stoic bravery had finally given way to hopelessness and fear. So I decided to go up to the next floor to check it out. I ran up the stairs, and I felt a sudden warmth. I could see the light through the cracks of the door, but I knew it was different. I knew it was the sun. I burst through and was blinded by the sudden light of the sun. After the hours and hours in darkness, it took a few moments for my eyes to adjust. We had made it. We were free. We were alive. I ran back down to the previous floor to tell Aaron, but he was gone. I ran out through the door, into the garage to check on the car, but he was nowhere to be seen. I called for him, shouted at the top of my lungs. My voice echoed through the parking garage, but nothing. I didn't know what to do. I started down the stairs, but stopped cold. I couldn't go back down. I couldn't get lost down there again. And then I saw, on the top stair of the floor below, the figure was back. It was Aaron, sitting in the corner, his hands wrapped around his knees, staring at me. I called to him. I ran down to him, but when I got to the stair, he was gone. I looked over the railing down at the next flight, and there he was again, staring. I couldn't go down anymore. I couldn't. I called to him, pleaded with him to come to me, to get it together and get the fuck out of there. But he just stared. I promised him I would come back. I cried as I turned around and made my way out of the garage, as I left my best friend behind to save myself, because I was too scared. I ran from the parking garage, across the parking lot, past the gates and to the road. Finally, my phone had a signal, and I called the police. They came out, and I tried my best to explain what happened. I knew it sounded crazy, but I told them the truth. They went and checked out the parking garage. They searched the entire thing, as well as the mall and the surrounding area. Nothing. In fact, they told me there were no subfloors in that garage, like I dreamt it all up. How the fuck could that even be? I was tested for alcohol and drugs, and fined for trespassing. When my brother arrived to pick me up, I tried my best to explain what happened, but if it couldn't get any weirder, he swore to me he didn't know who Aaron was. They've known each other since we were kids. He's been my best friend for 20 years. But he swore. His wife too, and kids. None of them remembered him. After that, I looked for any evidence of Aaron I could find. All the pictures on my phone were gone. My camera was still in the car, and there was no proof of his existence online, anywhere. I didn't dream him up. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't have any history of mental illness. I didn't make up 20 years of friendship. I've been seeing a therapist and started some meds. It hasn't helped. Nothing has. Something doesn't feel right. This world doesn't feel right. Like I came out of that parking garage into a life I didn't own. I feel like I don't belong here. Every day it becomes more and more clear to me that I have to go back. I don't know what I wanted to get from this post. Maybe to just tell my story, for people to know I existed. Aaron existed. Maybe to find someone who knows what happened to us, who knows something about the Holly Hills more, who can make any sense of it. Either way, I have to go back. I have to find Aaron. We have to get back in the car.